guys are ready. Fans are set for game number 4 of the 2014 World Series, with the Kansas City Royals up on the San Francisco Giants 2-1. And welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck, Harold Reynolds, Tom Verducci, both coming up in just a second. Last night, we got back to the typical script we've been used to so far in this 2014 postseason. What was it? A tight game, lopsided games in games 1 and 2, a win for each side. Last night, it was Kansas City doing their thing. That great bullpen protecting what was a 3-2 lead. It turned into a 3-2 win. So, here are the Giants down for the first time in a World Series under Bruce Bochy, 2-1. How do they win tonight?
Well, to me, whenever you're trailing in a series, that's when you look to your best players. And the best player for the Giants is the best player in this World Series. That's Buster Posey. Now, it's been a spotty postseason for Buster. 57 at-bats without an extra base hit. That's the longest stretch of his career. But all it takes is one swing. And where have we seen that before? How about 2 years ago? Division series against Cincinnati. Buster was 3 for 17 before that swing. A grand slam that sent the Giants into the championship series. And that's what the Giants are hoping, that Buster Posey is just one swing away from changing the script.
Yeah, and I like his matchup tonight against Jason Vargas. Now, do we call it the Big 3 or the Big 4? I mean, last night, this 21-year-old rookie who was the 17th overall selection in this past draft in June, came in and got 2 huge outs. The bullpen lights out again for Kansas City.
He's changed the series. Now it is a 4-man bullpen, really, and it's the 6th inning on. The dominance of what they've been able to do. We've watched Herrera, even though he's erratic, still hitting 101 on the gun. Davis was electric, the best of the 3, and then Holland shut it down. Those are the guys you're going to talk about the most, right? HDH. Let's throw Mr. Finnegan in there now, too, because he's a game changer. You can start an inning with him. He's normally a starter. He can get righties, lefties. He's not a left-hand matchup guy. He lengthens this bullpen now, and look what they've been able to do. 1 for 24, 10 strikeouts. So you're looking at now a starter getting to the 5th inning. And, Tom, you talk about the 6th all this time being critical. Now they've maybe found a solution to it.
By the way, Ned Yosa, manager of the Royals, told us before the game all 4 are rested enough and ready to go here tonight. It's game 4 of the 2014 World Series, next on Fox. Double by Alex Gordon. It's 2-0. Almost a boom, boom. Royals take game 3.
So you see how the Giants do it. They did it against Pittsburgh. They do it against the Nationals.
The Giants win the pennant.
And now for the World Series.
Series. How many great moments have we seen? How many individual matchups? How many celebrations? World Series game number 638. And tonight marks the first time the game is started by two guys whose last names start with the letter V.
I've been waiting my whole life for this, Joe.
Yeah.
Hey, they don't care about what their name starts with. Box score tomorrow, it's what's after their name. They want the W next to it.
I mean, if that doesn't give you chills, I don't know what. Well, here you go. Ryan Vogelsong, what does he bring with him here tonight? The right-hander. Some thought maybe it was going to be Madison Bumgarner tonight on short rest, as we talked about. That would then force him to come back on short rest again. It's Vogelsong tonight. And here's the lineup for the Kansas City Royals. Brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you got to live Moss. Escobar, red hot. Alex Gordon, a big hit last night. Lorenzo Cain batting third. In the middle, Hosmer, Moustakas, and Infante. And the bottom three, Perez, Dyson, and Vargas. Jason Vargas, a left-hander, pitching and batting ninth. And so you look at the regular season numbers for Vogelsong, 8-13. But a veteran right-hander, Tom, working on 9 days of rest. And like we said last night, with the 39-year-old Tim Hudson, the extra rest should do him some good.
Yeah, you might see a little spike in velocity. He reminds me of Jeremy Guthrie, what we saw last night. Any pitch at any time, but extremely important for Vogelsong to work ahead of the hitters. I know that's true for any pitcher, but especially for him.
Escobar will lead it off. Vogelsong is making his third start this postseason. 2 no decisions. The game is won. Those 2 starts that he's made. San Francisco winning the division series and then winning in that NLCS start game 4. You see out in left field, it's Juan Perez. That's the only change for Bruce Bochy. Blanco in center. Hunter Pence is in right. To shift on into the infield. Right side, it's Belt. It's Panic. Left side, it's Crawford at short. Sandoval at third. Buster Posey doing the catching, and Vogelsong gonna bring it to you. And bring it to Escobar. String one. The opening pitch brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Here's to Budweiser. Here's to baseball. Last night it was Escobar, guys, jumping on that first pitch from Hudson, a fastball, and ripped it down into the corner for a double. Tonight, took it for strike one.
Well, you see a quick adjustment from Vogelsong, fastball on the outside half. And I really think that he learns from watching Tim Hudson. They follow each other in the rotation. You get a good idea because the stuff is very similar.
Left side, Crawford. 1-1. Beautiful night here in San Francisco. And that's good news, because coming into this weekend series, the forecast was for rain. We still may get some before the end of the night. We had a little earlier, just a misting, and here's Alex Gordon. Last night it was Gordon, moved up to the number 2 spot by manager Ned Yost, who drove home a run with a double to center off Tim Hudson. And then scored on the base hit by Hosmer. That was the difference in the game on a 65-degree night. Strike one to Gordon. Ball one.
He's thrown 4 pitches. 4 pitches on the outside half to both hitters.
It would take 3 innings to go through the travels of Brian Vogelsong. 37-year-old right-hander. Just to sum it up, he's a battler. He has persevered. And he gets a foul ball for strike 2. A guy who, Tom, was a 5th-round pick of the Giants in '98. To the Pirates, 7 different minor league contracts. To Japan for 3 years. Now back to San Francisco. And they're counting on him here tonight.
Amazing perseverance. 4 years between the ages of 29 and 32. He was out of Major League Baseball. You mentioned Japan. He was in winter ball in Venezuela at the age of 33, where the Giants extended the invitation to get him back.
And Kevin looking to out.
telling us quick, huh? What he wants to do. He's going to live on the outside half. And he's getting this call right here. Ted Barrett right on the black.
That's the backdoor cutter. You mentioned the similarity to Hudson. Both those pitchers favor that pitch backdoor.
We'll ask you folks politely to quit peeking into our booth.
Good. See that? Looking good, though. Shot.
2 out, nobody on. Lorenzo Cain takes the ball outside.
I think Harold just wanted to show off his vest today. He's got the vest working. It's nice.
Oh, it is sharp. It is. Mercy.
It's interesting.
It's interesting.
At the vest. It's the start of the new sentence. Here's a 1-0 pitch fouled away. Home plate umpire tonight is Ted Barrett. Hunter Wendelstedt is at first. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, at second. Jeff Nelson at third with Eric Cooper in left. Jim Reynolds in right. And Jerry Meals is the replay ump in New York.
So what's interesting?
Well, I don't know if we have time. So cool.
Have to settle in.
There's a 1-1. That's into right. Might fall. It is down for a base hit. And Cain is on to keep the top of the first inning alive.
You know, they shut Cain down yesterday. Got one off the end of the bat. Just couldn't throw it any better. Little cutter running away. Just nicked it. Just got enough of it to put it into right field. That's right off the end of the bat.
What I was going to say is Kansas City's up in this World Series. So you think the pressure is on San Francisco here tonight to win. Obviously it is, to try and even the series of 2 games apiece. But to me, Kansas City and their manager Ned Yost, guys in the bullpen, they need to treat this game like a game 7. And I say that because Bumgarner's going tomorrow, who's the one real shutdown guy that we've seen this postseason. And no matter what happens, if Kansas City wins tonight, regardless of tomorrow, they go home at worst up 3-2.
Well, that was the attitude, believe it or not, in the dugout.
Hosmer, what a rip. Strike 2.
Just missed one right there. But these players talking to him before the game during batting practice, per man, we have to win tonight. It's a big game. We got to win this tonight.
Let's see if Cain wants to run right here. Breaking ball count 0-2, 2 outs. They Steelers 12 for 18 with Vogelsong on the mound this year.
Hosmer fights it off.
You saw it look like he bluffed there at first base. Sometimes the threat of the stolen base just as important. You get infielders moving. They did that against Baltimore in the ALCS. Only 1 stolen base, but several times they get the catcher jumping up to try to get a jump, and the infielders moving, influencing the at-bat.
You know, talking to Lorenzo, I asked him the other day, why didn't you run 3-1 and 3-2? And he doesn't like to run with Hosmer hitting.
This is a Kansas City team that so far in this World Series 0 for 1. The stolen base department, a team that led the big leagues in steals during the regular season with 153. Hosmer strikes out, and a good start for Vogelsong. This crowd ready tonight. Bottom of the first inning, game 4, no score. Live Moss. And by Garmin VivoFit. Join the movement. How about the lineup for the Giants, brought to you by Taco Bell? Sometimes you gotta live Moss. Top three is Blanco, Panic, and Buster Posey. In the middle, no surprises, Sandoval, Pence, and Belt. And then the only change is Juan Perez getting the start in left. No Michael Morse, no Ishikawa. Brandon Crawford, Vogelsong against the left-hander Jason Vargas, an 11-game winner during the regular season.
Joe, this is the one time you will not see power pitching at a Royals pitcher. Seems like that's all we see, but Vargas has the ability with a sneaky four-seam fastball to get away with 88, 89 velocity. And why? Because his changeup is outstanding. He will throw it both to left-handers and to right-handers.
This is his first time in the postseason, Vargas. It's his third start this year, and no decision game one of the division series at the Angels. He won game 4. The clincher against the Orioles in the ALCS. Blanco first up. Ball 1.
Different energy in the ballpark tonight.
Total. A great feel inside this park. That first pitch double by Escobar last night took it out of this crowd right at the beginning. Tonight they are really letting these players hear it.
Yeah, there's a different buzz, you can tell, and this is one of the ballparks you were talking about before, that there is a buzz. You can feel the energy, almost an electricity here.
Down and away, 2 balls and a strike. I said the other day that since old Yankee Stadium was torn down, this to me is the best home field advantage and the best atmosphere for a Major League Baseball game, regular season or post.
I would agree, and I'd go you one word farther in terms of energy. I'd say urgency. I think you understand the urgency, not wanting to get down 3-1.
Here's a 2-1. 3 balls and a strike as Blanco was able to lay off.
You know, we always talk about players growing up in front of us. Blanco has really grown up in this postseason. We watched him struggle through the Dodger series, not getting a lot of hits, and he's continued to progress.
He was taking right there. The count's full. I know you like that.
Well, it's the little things that he does. You know, as a leadoff guy, you're going to get another fastball 3-2. You know, and you make the guy work. You tried to paint, you take a pitch right there. Just that's his style. Not everybody plays that way, but he does.
And a walk starts the night for Vargas. Defensively, this is as good as there is in the big leagues any time of year. Gordon in left, JARROD DYSON in center, and LORENZO CAIN in right. They cover ground. HOSMER at first, Infante at second. Shortstop is Alcides Escobar. Mike Moustakas at third with Salvador Perez catching Vargas, who did not go to bed last night thinking about walking the leadoff man here in game 4. Here's Joe Panic.
Throw over. Unlike the Royals, the Giants don't really put pressure on the defense. The advanced people, the Royals, telling me the Giants ran only 10 hit-run plays the entire season. They ran 1 against the Cardinals in the NLCS.
Outside from Vargas to Panic.
Yeah, but I think postseason, you know, it's interesting he said, but they ran 1 against the Cardinals, only 10 all year. The postseason changes things a lot with how you manufacture and try to scratch out a run, because they're just so hard to come by.
And you better score early, obviously, against Kansas City. Giants have to make noise against Vargas. That's like a swinging bunt. It rolls foul. Nice moment before this game. Been thinking about this man a lot. Nice story in USA Today last week.
Play ball!
It's Brian Stowe. We got this crowd pumped up to help him Tim Flannery there to his right. Nice moment before this game 4. Victim of a beating outside Dodger Stadium opening day 2011. His life changed that night for good. But he is a diehard San Francisco Giants super fan here tonight. Here's a 1-1. That gets away. Blanco took off. Down to second with nobody out.
Textbook play. He's already anticipating having to run because they're going to bunt, right? They pull the bunt back and kick, so he's already into a secondary lead. You see Perez come up, but as soon as that ball hits, the difficulty any catcher has is now I got to scramble and make a perfect throw. But watch Blanco at first. He takes his secondary lead because the guy's bunting. So he's already anticipating moving forward off his hops. And now you just continue once you see the ball in the dirt.
Calculated risk. Looked like a late break, and Perez with a good throw. Look at him. He thinks he had him with a good throw.
Escobar, good job to keep it on the infield. 2-1, popped up. That what Panic had in mind does not advance the runner with Stuckis. One away.
Good shot there of Blanco at second base. The dirt all over the uniform. That is a wet track out there. I know the Royals were talking about this even yesterday. But, Joe, I don't think the Giants do that because of the opponent. This is a matter of routine. We saw the field the same condition against the Cardinals, a team that does not run.
Well, a lot of it, what I learned after we talked about that in the Cardinal series, is because of all the ceremonies, they have to water the field down later than they normally would in a regular season game.
Here's Buster Posey. And Tom Verducci, your pick to click here tonight. That's what the Giants need.
You just saw a little bit of anxiety, which you don't normally see out of Buster. He's sitting on first pitch fastball. Vargas gets him with the changeup.
It's a big out. His Panic popped up after the walk and the wild pitch. That's a good pitch inside corner, strike 2.
Well, they're pitching Buster tough, and you know the numbers don't look good for him right now. But every postseason or World Series, there's one guy you designate. I don't care if we walk him; he's not going to beat us. So he's getting pitched tough.
Runner is going. Throw down by Perez. Not in time. A steal of third, and big with 1 out.
Well, he was trying to get that jump on the first 2 pitches to Posey. And the advantage of being a runner at second base, you can see the grip of a pitcher in his hands. So you forget looking at signs. I'm looking at his grip. He runs on a changeup. And fortunately, he got a good pitch to run on, and he was safe. But right here, he knows changeup's coming. And that's a tough pitch to get and dig and throw. It's going to come in slower, and you're going to be able to snatch that back.
It looked like he timed him as well. Third pitch, same pattern where Vargas, as soon as he turned his head, went home.
Now the infield in. Runner at third, 1 out. Posey pops it foul off the hands. The count stays 1-2.
Well, if there's any way to break out of an RBI slump, it's right here when you get the infield drawn in. That's a huge steal just to give Buster an opportunity, even though he has 2 strikes, to put a ball in play and maybe drive in a run.
Second steal this postseason for Blanco. First of the World Series. Giants trying to grab a lead. Never led last night. Nice job by Perez. 2-2.
Now, what did we talk to Ned Yost about? I asked Ned, were you surprised to see the Giants playing back in the first inning yesterday? He said, no, I thought we were going to get some runs. Now he's got the infield drawn in. I think the manager will tell you what they think of the pitching that's ahead of him. Borgerson's throwing pretty good, but he knows Petit's next up. This is that tough game. Everybody's healthy. Runs are going to be very difficult to score.
Vargas. That's out of play.
certainly an aggressive move by Ned Yost to bring the infield in the first inning with number 4 starters on the mound. Also probably a reflection of what he thinks of both bullpens.
Yeah, I mean, that's clearly it. The runs are tough to come by. He's hoping he can cut one off.
Again blocked by Perez. Full count.
You might say that phrase a lot tonight, Joe. When he throws this changeup and he throws it the way he wants to, this is a curveball he's going to spike. The curveball and the changeup are balls he's going to want down in the dirt and get guys to chase. It's up. It's going to be a short night for Mr. Vargas.
Now a 3-2. A walk to put first and third, one out with Pence coming up.
Well, you see how difficult it is for Buster Posey to get an opportunity with a good pitch to hit. He goes down in the count, 0-2, and does not get a pitch to hit for the rest of the AB.
3-2 changeup. Respect right there. And now Vargas hoping one pitch gets him out of this. Looking for the ground ball off the bat of Pence.
Against the left-hander, Pence hits in front of Sandoval. First and third, one out. Vargas 2 walks and a wild pitch in this first inning. Up there ready to just wail away strike one.
First pitch fastball.
And you can hear him grunting all the way up here in the press box.
Good pitch inside corner, strike 2.
And a little bit on the inside here. He's able to get that little cutter. Nice job of painting.
Back in too far and ball.
I think it's interesting watching Salvador Perez, how he's calling signs and also talking to defenders. We may see a ball inside again, him throw to third base. And he'll tell a guy where to anticipate. See him looking, checking everybody.
To third, runner holds, out at second, safe at first, Giants lead.
Sandoval can swing the bat so well, the runner's going to hold at third. They're making it go through. All right, now they go to turn. Now he goes home. But by the time they get there, this is Hunter Pence making it happen. This is all about Hunter Pence. Because of his hustle, they weren't able to turn it.
It's really because of the unorthodox way in which Hunter Pence swings the bat, especially on the changeup where he's out in front. It's almost as if he's running as he's swinging. And it makes it so difficult to turn a double play on a right-handed hitter when he gets out of the box as quickly as Hunter Pence does on off-speed pitches.
Last night it was the Royals manufacturing a run in the first inning. Tonight it's the Giants. 2-0 on Sandoval.
Pence can fly. That ball was hit sharp.
And he slipped. Wow. Last night for the Royals, a double, 2 ground balls, and a run. Tonight, no hits, but 2 walks, a wild pitch, a steal, and then beating out what could have been a double play. And here are the Giants doing what they did throughout the divisional series in the LCS, scoring without a hit.
Manufacturing. Harold, I think Infante was a little surprised at how quickly Pence got down the line, because Blanco broke late to the plate. If he didn't think he had to, he had an out in order at the plate.
That's out of play, 2-2.
We always talk about having a clock. And when you know where the third baseman's in, and that ball's hit sharp as a second baseman, you're not even thinking about that runner at third. You know you got to pivot to turn. And you're going to get it to you quicker and more crisp. And I think he might have got caught up in the exchange a little bit, but that's just Hunter Pence for me when I look back at it. Getting down there, shocking everybody.
Strikeout ends the inning. But the Giants get a run on a Saturday night in this World Series. Game 4 at home. Giants do it with their legs. Blanco and the legs of Hunter Pence. 1-0 after 1. Giants on top. Nothing. Stockus has had an up and down year, literally and figuratively. Breaking ball in for a strike from Vogelsong. He looks sharp here at the start. Stockus hit just 212. But it's been a different story this postseason. 4 home runs for a guy in his mid-20s who was actually sent back to AAA to try and learn to have fun again with a game. Grounds to panic out to channel right, and for more on what Moustakas has been dealing with this year, we go down to Kenny Rosenthal.
Well, Joe, so often we have no idea what is going on in these players' lives. Connie Moustakas, Mike's mom, has been ill for about a year and a half. She has seen numerous doctors, gone to the Mayo Clinic, but no one has figured out yet what is wrong. Now, she and Mike's dad drove up from Northridge, California for the games in San Francisco, hoping that Connie would see Mike play in person for the first time this season. Hasn't worked out. She hasn't felt well enough to come out, but Mike describes her as tough and a fighter. Here's wishing her the best.
Absolutely. From all of us as she watches her son, what a postseason he's had. Strike one on Infante.
Yeah, that's a tough story when mom gets left at home. We know you're watching. And I know he's thinking about you. Enjoy the game.
And well said by Kenny Rosenthal. You watch these guys perform out on the field and so often just forget about the outside pressures, whatever they're dealing with personally. So it's been a long and, by the end of it now, exciting year for Mike Moustakas. Supported by his parents. He's grounded out. Now Infante fouls for the moment. It is a fair ball. Caught by Posey, 2 down here in the second.
Yeah, I want to go back to that double play pivot. This is an interesting play. Get a chance to look at the replay. I'm watching Infante's eyes. He's looking at the runner at third. Anytime you go that direction on the pivot, you're going to see that guy standing there. So he wasn't fully committed that he's going to turn the pivot. But I still think, yeah, you outran it. That's what happened.
Old Hunter Pence has got a unique take on life.
He sure does. And so does this guy.
Salvador Perez takes high and tight, ball one.
Always, I mean always, upbeat every day.
And this is the end of, talk about a long year physically. Nobody catches the volume of games like Salvador Perez across the big leagues. As Ned Yo said, he's just so good, I can't take him out. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, I think it caught up with him in September. Really poor September, but I think the off days in the postseason have refreshed him. And I've been so impressed with the way he's been running games behind the plate. Ned Yo is telling us it took a while for him to go out to the mound, for instance, and go uninvited to talk to somebody like James Shields. We've seen that this year.
Shields, who is due to get the ball tomorrow night here in San Francisco against Madison Bumgarner, who has been across baseball the best starting pitcher in the postseason. There are the numbers and where he ranks. He's been busy, and he's on with a hit. Second of the night for Kansas City, and for Salvador, his third of this World Series.
You want to see how strong this guy is? This ball eats him up, and he's so strong he's able to muscle it through the left side of the infield in between the two of them.
Catchers talk about the beating that left hand takes during the course of the year, and you could see Perez shaking out that left hand after he broke his bat on that base hit. Now he's checking his right hand. All the pounding those hands take, just catching, forget hitting. Here's JARROD DYSON, the number 8 hitter. Strike one from Vogelsong. In your mind, Tom Verducci, was it plausible for Madison Bumgarner to start on short rest here tonight?
Yeah, listen, you have to consider every option, but realistically, the answer to that, Joe, is no. If it were 1 start, yeah, go ahead and do it. 2 starts on short rest, it's too much to ask. Of course, the second one, a possible game 7. For a guy 256 innings, 25 years old, who's never pitched on short rest before. Add it all up, and that's just too much.
They have to like what they see out of Vogelsong. He's got Dyson at 0-2. Started to walk away with some of the infielders. Ball 1.
Well, he threw it right where he wanted it. Just didn't get the call.
Well, he got the high strike for the first pitch. A little cutter on the outside half on this one. My question is, did it come back?
You can see why he liked it. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 on, 2 out.
Hitter will tell you, You see, he extended a little bit further out of the zone on that one. Uh-oh, I may have got away with one. I better swing at this one because they went back for the same pitch.
Vargas, the pitcher on deck, a good hitting pitcher, but does not have an at bat this entire season. Too far outside, 2-2.
Tom, I thought you made a great point that he's going to remind you a lot of Jeremy Guthrie. A little hard, a little soft. Changing speeds, 3-4 different pitches. And it looks very similar to what Guthrie did yesterday to the Giants.
Everything's set up with getting ahead on the count, which he's done well, but now falling behind after jumping out 0-2.
1 on, 2 out. Dyson trying to battle his way on with a pitcher next.
I mean, this is uncharted territory for a hitter like Dyson, who's used to hitting in the top of the order, or in the American League, the 9 spot is like a leadoff guy, and you see a lot of fastballs within an at bat. He's seeing breaking balls and changeups because he's got the pitcher on the on-deck circle. So you're saying change your thought process, which is tough to do.
Rain starts to fall here in the second. To the right side, Belt to second, hitting over. And the Royals have left 2, trail by 1. Bottom of the second rolls in game 4. Belt, Perez, Crawford coming up. Well, here's to Budweiser. Here's to baseball. That shot, obviously, earlier today. Some clouds have rolled in, but it's not socked in. Obviously, Alcatraz out in the bay with that chilly water surrounding it. In this great city, San Francisco. The Giants up 1-0, down 2-1. Here's Brandon Belt. Strike one, good pitch in under the hands from Vargas. Loved having a chance to talk to Brandon Belt before tonight's game, a guy who battled concussions, at least symptoms, 2 different times the second half of the year. Had a broken thumb early in the season, but he's really hit the ball hard and well this postseason, and that's his last 17 games, including October baseball. 328, 1-1. Strike 2, another good pitch.
That was a real education for me, talking to Brandon about concussions and what guys have to do to come back from that. He was talking about all the exercises that he had to do, eye exercises, inner ear exercises, neck exercises. I was in a very dark place. Took a long time to get out.
Out in front of it, count stays 1-2.
Yeah, it was fascinating. And I had no idea. Usually you think, okay, you got a concussion, he needs to rest. You don't think about rehabbing the mind and all the inner things that you have to do, the eyes, all the work.
1-2. That is down and away, 2-2.
How about how he got the concussion, too? I mean, he was shocked himself. He was hit in the jaw with an infield throw during practice before a game, pregame work from second base. So it really didn't square up bone, or certainly not on the skull, but wound up with a concussion.
The 2-2. Into the Royals dugout. A guy who was a pitcher, went to college to pitch, was picked by Atlanta earlier in his life, and they drafted him into their organization and said, we don't know right now whether we want you to pitch or hit.
I always love asking guys, who was your guy? Randy Johnson was my guy. I was waiting to say Will Clark or something.
Fly ball into center. DYSON barely has to move. And he makes it look easy. 1 away here in the second inning and down to the field level. Aaron Andrews.
Joe, thanks so much. You guys mentioned a different buzz here in this ballpark, and I can tell you there certainly is one here in this dugout. We see the old Giants throwing seeds at each other, making crazy faces, hooting and hollering, and while you guys admitted it, yeah, this is a must-win for them. Madison Bumgarner telling me that as well. Michael Morse telling me, you know, all the talk last night against this Kansas City bullpen, and there's panic now within the Giants. They can't get to them. He said that's absolutely false. He said, we saw them yesterday. We're going to see them again today. We got some hits against them. We just need to hit the ball a little harder. Joe, and just to follow up, he says it's just going to take one, just like the St. Louis. Get one against them, and we're good to go. But no panic here.
All right, well, Michael Morse didn't make the start. That was at least on the table for Bruce Bochy as Perez just flying to center. And to be honest, Bruce was more worried about, on what was a much windier day earlier today, Morse in left than he was Morse in the lineup. And I think you could make a strong case that Morse against Vargas for more than one at bat, 2 or 3, is worth the risk of putting him in the outfield. But that's not the way Bruce went. He went with Juan Perez.
And he checked the weather reports before he made the lineup. He saw that the winds might be gusting today up to 25 miles an hour. Morse has not been in the outfield since August 25th. Now we've seen in this series here in San Francisco.
This is going to be tough. Vargas got there. What a good play. And Hosmer went right in front of Infante to make the play.
Both managers relying on defense.
It almost cost him right there.
Vargas got his right foot on the bag before Crawford. Here's a better look at it. Third inning rolls in. 9-1-2 coming up. 1-0 Giants. save you 15% or more on car insurance. Third inning rolls in. Giants on top 1-0. There's Donald Logue. Everybody's talking about his show, Gotham, the breakout hit of the fall. Critics call the cast an all-star team. Domo's great. Happy to have him in the Fox family. He was on Sons of Anarchy for a while as well. Fans of that show know that. No-nonsense detective Harvey Bullock. Don't miss an all-new episode this Monday, followed by Sleepy Hollow right here on Fox. Jason Vargas can't wait to swing the bat. That's up and away. Didn't have it at bat all year, but Tom, he knows how to swing it.
Yeah, going back to Long Beach State 2004. That was a team with Troy Tulowitzki and 15 future pros. The leading hitter on that team, Jason Vargas.
Junior year hit .354 with 5 home runs, 33 RBIs. And by the way, when he pitched was 7-6 with an ERA just over 4.
Did you see the first swing he took?
Yeah.
Aired it out.
We have a chance to visit with a guest, and we'll do that after we set it up. Vargas does something here to start the third.
I think our guest is sitting down there going, wow, did you hear the numbers he put up in college?
He might not even know that about his teammate. That's inside, 3-1, and Vargas making Vogelsong work.
You don't think Jason Vargas had told the guys about the way he swung the bat in college? It's all pitchers do. They talk about how good of a hitter they are.
I just think the first swing he took to Vogelsong, now he's come back with changeup and breaking balls. That's respect. He's going to air it out 3-1 here if he gets a pitch to swing at.
Full count. Looked like he was taken.
Goodness gracious. Man, I set it up on a platter for him.
So did Vogelsong, and Vargas didn't swing. Our guest, he'd like to take a whack at that pitch. Here's a 3-2. That swing. Full count. Here's the pitching matchup, so then we can finally get to the guy. James Shields against Madison Bumgarner. Rematch of game number 1, a game that the Giants won 7-1. Bumgarner over Shields. Coverage starts at 7 Eastern tomorrow night on Fox. It'll be game 5. And after this pitch, we'll bring him in. What an intro. What a build-up. There's a 3-2. There you go. Our interview with James Shields, tomorrow night starter for the Royals, brought to you by DirecTV. You enjoying these hacks that your fellow pitcher's taking up there?
Man, he's looking pretty hitterish, man. I'd be scared to face him. Nah, he can swing it, man. He can swing it. There's no doubt about it.
Does he talk it? Does he tell you how?
Nah, he downplays it, man. He downplays it for sure. But I know how he can swing it. Oh, there you go.
He flies one into center.
Ball.
Back near the track. About 390 feet away and allowed out. All right, James, you get the ball tomorrow night. I don't know you well, but I know this. You cannot wait to get back out there after the game 1 start.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, obviously it didn't go the way I planned it to go, and you know, I'm excited to get back out there. I mean, we had a good bullpen session this last round, and everything's solid right now. It feels good.
So as you go back over to that, what does a pitcher do? How do you get ready for a team so quick a turnaround?
I mean, we've done it before. I mean, pretty much every September we face a team twice in a row, or a couple teams twice in a row. So, I mean, it's nothing new to us. But, yeah, we just got to go back and look at some video, and hopefully we can make adjustments as it goes.
Here is Escobar, who takes a strike. I don't want to lose what you said there at the end of your first answer. It's something Ken Rosenthal alerted us to. You had a good bullpen session. You found something, and you feel good going into the start tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you're you know, you haven't had a good outing, you want to go back in and try to make adjustments in the bullpen session, and hopefully it translates into the game.
Here's Escobar with a base hit to center. Go ahead.
But it's you know, it's a work in progress always. I mean, you know, you never stop learning this game until you're done. So you know, you just got to make adjustments every time, whether it's the beginning of the year or in the World Series here. You always got to make adjustments and go from there.
Hey, James, when you came over in that trade, there's been a lot of talk about the foundation you laid here for the pitching staff. take us back to what the mindset was that you came to try to change here in Kansas City.
You know, I think the biggest mindset is to go deep in games. I mean, that's one of the main goals we had in Tampa, was to be able to throw 1,000 innings as a starting staff, and that's tough to do, you know, and we almost made it the last couple of years. And you know, we need to rest our bullpen. We got such a good bullpen back there, but we want to keep them as fresh as we possibly can, so not waste them. So that's our main goal.
Here's Gordon, swing and a miss as Escobar started and stopped over at first.
And James, I've been fascinated that your manager, Ned Yost, pointed to that wild card game as a very definitive point where this team began to believe. From a player's perspective, you see it the same way?
You know, I think the last couple of months, I think we believed in ourselves, believed in our ability to win ball games, and our main goal is just don't quit until the last out, and I think that wild card game definitely solidified that.
0-1, the count on Gordon. He hits it right side, back to second, high and out. No double play. The inning continues.
Grass a little bit wet. We watch a little bit of rain. He comes across, he ranges to the left. And this is what I like about left-handed first basemen. They got that angle already, but the ball, I think, was high because it was a little bit wet down there.
So the force out. Gordon will run, the batter, Lorenzo Cain. Hey, how about your old manager, Joe Madden, opting out in Tampa Bay? That surprised you?
Yeah, it definitely surprised me. I thought that guy was going to be there for about 40 years, man, the way he was going in there. I mean, he's an icon in Tampa, man. But yeah, he's a great manager. You know, I wish him the best of luck in whatever he does and wherever he goes, man. He's definitely going to have success. He's a great guy.
Well, let's watch you have some fun here tomorrow night, James.
Yeah, man, that's what we're here for. Is what we dreamt about doing. So we're going to have some fun tomorrow.
All right, that's James Shields joining us from the dugout, Kansas City side, as Lorenzo Cain takes down an in-ball one. Cain singled his first time. We've been watching, guys, Lorenzo Cain kind of limp around a little bit out in right field, and you mentioned that he wasn't running back in the first inning when he got that 2-out hit.
Yeah, and the other night he had a 3-1 count and a 3-2 count with HOSMER, and he didn't run. I thought for sure he'd be running.
Yeah, the way he's been closing on fly balls in the outfield doesn't look like there's anything wrong, but keep an eye on it as Cain takes outside 2-0. Here he is walking out to the outfield before the last half inning. Little hitch.
Little hitch in the giddy up. Clearly something there. Clearly I'm not the one. I thought Yachty was done. I thought Yachty hurt his hand. Next thing you know, it's complete. So I'm not the guy, Joe.
That's all right. It's tough to diagnose injuries this far away. 1 on, 2 out. Cain shoots it foul into his seats. Meanwhile, an update on the weather. It's been sprinkling and stopping. We've seen blue sky out over the water, but with this light rain falling, a 65-degree night. A little breeze through the park. Wind has really died down from when everybody showed up here about 2 o'clock. There's a 2-1. Instead of check on the runner, Gordon. Still 12 during the regular season. Giants in the bottom of the inning will have Vogel, Song, Blanco, and Panic. 9-1 and 2.
We saw Cain hit that blooper into right field, and Vogelsong's gone back out there. He's continued to keep the ball away from hitters.
Now one inside, foul back, big swing, 2-2.
And I think he missed the spot. Look where Buster Posey's set up at. That ball's supposed to be outside. Look at it run in, and I mean, he got lucky. Lorenzo Cain let the dog fly on that one.
That was a changeup. Missed badly, but badly enough.
Center field, but Gordon will stay put. Good throw by Buster Posey, but it got away, and the inning continues.
Got a high fastball. This is exactly what you want as a catcher, and lets it go. But this is a tough catch. He gets there the same time the ball gets. I think the ball hits Gordon. It does. It hits his arm before Panic has a chance to catch it. right there off the shoulder. Takes him out.
Look at the rookie out there blocking the bag. He's tough.
He's not giving any ground. Almost like the way catchers used to block the plate.
So now a hit could tie it. And the Royals ask for it from LORENZO CAIN. He's hit .368 with runners in scoring position over his last 21 games. Left side Crawford. Tough play. He's safe. And the inning continues. And CAIN limping after he gets to the bag as he reaches on an infield hit.
That took everything he had to get down here, too. Let's just take a look at LORENZO CAIN running. He's getting down the line. He's still hobbling right here. That stretch is a strain, whether it's a hamstring or whatever it might be. That last leap.
I think you'd have to come out and physically carry him off the field right now. He's going to continue. Clearly safe. And with that effort, the tying runs at third. 2 on, 2 out. CAIN 2 for 2.
And that's a guy that cannot afford to lose.
And this guy I thought had the biggest at bat last night. Eric Hosmer, 11-pitch battle that he won against Javier Lopez.
First and third, 2 out for Hosmer. 1 from Vogelsong.
You know, I like the steal of Alex Gordon in that situation. He gets thrown out. LORENZO CAIN leads off the next half inning. Who's just accustomed to leading off before he can hit at the top of the order. If not, you put the situation what we're seeing now.
Here's a 1-0. Off the mound. Vogelsong safe, and the game is tied. That ball was chopped into no man's land. 3 players came together, and Vogelsong did not get his foot on the base.
Well, we always talk about angles in baseball. This is a tough play. As soon as Belt breaks to get it, the angle that Vogelsong goes after, because he went after the ball first. Now it's a very difficult angle to come back and have to make this throw and find the base. I think one of the most difficult things for a pitcher to do, catch it and find the bag. You see how he's off kilter because of the angle he took. So you go back to the beginning of that play, and you'll see how it's all set up with Vogelsong, how he comes off thinking he's going to catch the ball instead of being an angle to cover the base.
And so that ties it at 1. Now Moustakas with 2 on, 2 out. Ball 1. It's been a quiet rally, but an effective one nonetheless. Here's Vogelsong.
Now watch his angle. He goes to get the ball. Now he's out of an angle to cover the base. Normally, if he's not going to get it, he's going to come up the baseline, and you're going to have an angle created to throw the ball and touch the base at the same time. Because he went to get it, the angle was taken away.
Now it's Moustakas who could put Kansas City on top. Pickoff back in second, and CAIN, who was getting a bigger lead, dives back in.
Yeah, this is the angle that you prefer to take here and then up the line. But because he goes for the ball, it's a more direct line, and he finds himself out of position.
CAIN, the runner at second, trying to get as big a lead as he can. That's scooped up by Posey, 2-0. Any more trouble, they'll get to work down in that bullpen as they have their long man, Petit, ready to go here tonight.
And Joe, I think back to the play that put him in. That's just one of those. It's a tweener play. They both did what they thought was right. It's one of those plays in baseball that just happened to be in the Bermuda Triangle.
A bogey chant from this crowd. Infante on deck. We've seen Joe Panik play with this shift to second baseman. I don't think we've seen him this deep during any at bat for any left-hander this postseason.
Oh, that's the second baseman out there. It's like the right field.
That's the rover, straight off the softball field.
Here comes a 3-0 to Moustakas. Is he cutting it loose? Won't know. Ball 4, 4-pitch walk, and the bases are loaded.
Think about how this inning started. It was Vargas's at bat.
He ended up flying to center. Then a hit by Escobar up the middle. A force out at second. A base hit by CAIN that didn't leave the infield. And an RBI base hit by Hosmer that didn't leave the infield. So Dave Righetti out to talk. We'll tell you that earlier today, MLB and Executive Vice President of Baseball Development Frank Robinson, who lived in this area, recognized members of the Urban Youth Academies, facilities that offer free year-round baseball and softball instruction, education assistance, and vocational programming. Over 400 alumni have gone on to play collegiately. Nearly 100 players have been drafted, and others have established non-playing baseball careers.
It was a banner year, really, for Urban Youth Academy and for RBI. When you start looking at Monet Davis pitching the Little League World Series this year, the kids from Chicago, they played a little bit in the RBI program as well. So, banner year for exposure, and a lot of kids in those inner cities out playing baseball.
See Machi getting loose. As Infante will dig in with the bases loaded, 2 out.
Talked about the importance of getting ahead for Vogelsong. When he throws ball 1, he's done it 5 times. All 5 hitters reach base.
You may wonder why it's Machi in the bullpen instead of Petit. Breaking ball in for a strike. The pitcher's spot is due to lead off in the bottom of this inning. And Bruce Bochy's getting Machi ready for 1 hitter. And then he would go to Petit for a long stint. But right now, all he is focused on is Vogelsong and Infante. To third, it is a foul ball. Strike 2. Infante, who drove home 66 runs in his first year in Kansas City. Most RBIs by a Royals second baseman in 25 years. Trying to quiet this crowd. Misses ball 1.
Tell you, the Royals don't quit. They pester you, even on the base paths, running up and down the lines. Everybody's moving. A huge lead at first base. Hosmer's out at second, and CAIN dancing down the line. They continue to just irritate you.
Here's a 1-2 to Infante. 2-2. Now Vogelsong has to come into Omar Infante. And if Machi pitches in this inning, Kansas City will be on top. City on top 3-1 as Infante delivers with 2 out.
I know everybody keeps talking about how hot this team is, but they're pretty dang good. Infante takes this ball back up the middle. He's getting hot at the right time. Look at Hosmer, the little fundamental things they do. Not even close to having to play. Just the way they've been coached. You see it on a nightly basis when you watch them play.
Now runners at first and second, 2 out for Perez. Breaking ball up and away. And remember, this all happened after that little chopper to the right side that wasn't handled, just in the perfect spot for the Royals. It went as an infield RBI hit to tie the game, and then after falling to an even count after an 0-2 advantage, Vogelsong gives up the base hit up the middle to Infante.
Well, I think he threw 3 fastballs in a row in that sequence, Joe. And you're right, 0-2 didn't look like he had a lot of conviction in the 2 fastballs, missed a lot away. Product bases loaded. He didn't want to get the 3-2 fastball over the plate. Give Infante credit. He took advantage.
Here's a 1-0. 2-0.
This just gets more and more dangerous with every pitch right here from Brian Vogelsong.
Well, again, we've seen this a few times this postseason. It's just fallen into this spot. But Bruce Bochy is trying to get one more out from a pitcher so he can lift him for a pinch hitter in the bottom of the inning. What'll the score be? It's already 3-1. And now 3-0 on Perez.
Salvador Perez comes out of the dugout swinging. For him to get the 3-0 right here with runners on base tells you how badly Vogelsong is missing right now. Nothing to tempt an aggressive hitter.
But Joe, I think you nailed it. This is the second or third time we've watched now, trying to extend a pitcher because you don't want to have to pinch hit for the pitcher after one at bat.
There's a strike. It's 3-1. Salvador Perez probably happy that was a strike, so he gets a chance to swing. On deck is the lighter hitting JARROD Dyson. Brian Vogelsong's been out on the mound now for 22 minutes. A 1-run lead is now a 2-run deficit. Here's the 3-1. That's into center field. Here comes Blanco. Won't get there. It's another run. Blanco kicks it, gathers it. It's 4-1. Moustakas comes around to score, and Bruce Bochy trying to get one more out of Vogelsong, finally out of the dugout. RBIs by Infante, 2. Salvador Perez, 1. After the infield hit by Hosmer tied it. The reaction back in Kansas City. Their Royals are up 2-1. And here in Game 4, now lead it by 3. Donation to stand up to cancer co-founders Sue Seelig and special guest celebrity ambassador Eric Stonestreet. Funds were raised with the help of MasterCard card holders through the Priceless Causes campaign. Go to priceless.com/causes to learn more about how you can get involved. Well, here is the right-hander, Gene Machi. 71 games during the regular season. There are the numbers. Bochy was not happy with the way he threw the ball in game 2. He drops that one in for a strike to Dyson. And this figures to be a one-out situation for Machi, as his spot is due to lead off in the bottom of the inning.
You mentioned that game 2 appearance. He did not look comfortable. Bochy telling us today he walked in and said, "Skip, I'm good."
That's outside, ball 1.
Just kind of letting the manager know that, oh, listen, first World Series appearance, bound to be a little jittery. Came into a tough spot. Wanted to make sure Bruce Bochy knew he was past that moment and ready to deliver.
For Vogelsong, first time through the order, the Royals were 2 for 9. Second time through the order, Kansas City 5 for 6. That's up and away. Ball 2, 2-1.
You know, Rusty Coots, the first base coach, is yelling so loud that you can hear him on the first base mic, letting Infante know where the defenders are in the middle. A lot of times we hear it's the third base coach, but the first base coach, he's got the vantage point. And you can see he'll be watching the middle infielder.
Go right.
Swing and a miss by Dyson, strike 2.
That's what I'm saying. The simple little things they've been doing, the fundamental stuff, has really impressed me.
Well, the Royals led baseball in infield hits during the regular season. This postseason, they have 18 infield hits. All other teams combined have 18. The infield hit a big part of this inning, as Dyson holds up. It's a full count. It was the infield hit, Tom, that really led to all this. Not only tying the game on the ball hit by Hosmer, but with 3 runs after that.
And a ground ball by CAIN. It's the way they play baseball. They put the ball on the ground more than any team. And with their speed, ground balls become base hits.
This inning, Kansas City Royals pressured Vogelsong with their speed, stole a base. First time we've seen the speed really factor in on the bases. And in this third inning, 4 runs, 5 hits as they've batted around, coming up on a half hour for the top of the third.
That's a good point you made about how long Vogelsong was out there. And his last 6 batters all out of the stretch, a lot of traffic all around him. Royals just wore him out.
On deck is the pitcher, Vargas. And he'll bat with the bases loaded. And it was Vargas who started this inning with a long at bat against Vogelsong. Ended up flying almost to the track in center field. And a hit by Escobar. Force out hit into by Gordon. He stole second. CAIN with an infield hit. Hosmer with an infield hit. A walk to Moustakas. Infante a 2-run single. Perez an RBI single to chase the starter. And now a walk from Machi to JARROD Dyson.
And hopefully Machi, for the Giants' sake, was paying attention. Vargas' first at bat, swinging at a fastball. Just don't think pitchers up there, bases loaded, get me ahead with a fastball down the middle.
Vargas is ready to jump on one. Fouls it away.
I mean, if you're the Giants, you're looking for outs anywhere you can get it, even on a pickoff. And I'm looking at JARROD Dyson's lead at first base. He's halfway to second. I know they got a lot of confidence in listening to Rusty Coombs, but look at him keep walking, keep walking, keep walking. It's pretty big. Now he's going to get even more when the pitcher delivers the pitch. You can see now Belt creeping in.
That's ball 1. 1 ball, 1 for Jason Vargas.
You know, the question at the end of this inning will be, did they wait too long to go to the bullpen? And especially with trying to get with the pitcher spot coming up. But this is a critical part of the game.
And series.
Yes.
It's bigger than just this game. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. That's low. And now Machi falls behind Vargas 2-1. And the pitching has imploded here for Bruce Bochy.
Pablo Sandoval made a visit to the mound prior to this at bat. He's back there again, doing all the talking. Machi doing the listening.
Well, sometimes he's doing the translating as well. But right here, no translation. He's just letting him know, hey, let's go.
Machi's such a big part of what the Giants did all season long. Bruce Bochy thinking that he may have run out of gas, but needing him for a big out here in the top of the 3rd inning. Good rip by Vargas, a 2-2 count.
I mean, I know he's swinging the bat and he looks great up there. When you haven't had that bat for a year, you got to go after it. You got to get the pitcher out if you want to have any chance of winning the game.
Well, his best pitch is the splitter. I think that's what he needs to throw right here.
It's a full count. Vargas thinks it's ball 4. And an embarrassing World Series moment for the Kansas City pitcher.
Well, it's been a long time since he's been up at the plate. First at bats of the year.
I like the smile. Look at George having a good time with it. Dayton's like, come on, man. Hey, you can have fun in the World Series.
Go back. Well, now Machi needs a strike. Dyson loved it. It's a full count. Bases loaded. 2 out. He got it looking, and the inning is over. About a half hour after it started, with the Royals up 2-1. Knock out the starter Vogelsong with a 4-run 3rd inning. These Royals just keep on coming after you. Smiling. He's not. 4-1 after 2.5. and Falcons kick off live from London at 9 a.m. Eastern. Before the game, Fox News Sunday has an exclusive interview with Chris Christie at a special start time of 8 a.m. It's live NFL action on Fox early Sunday morning at 9 Eastern. Tonight's aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
That's 6 a.m. out here on the West.
6 a.m.
Only guy I know up at that time is Pete McChesney. Pete's sending out, figuring out who we're gonna meet with.
Producer Pete. Well, here's Matt Duffy. Tom, you and I were sitting here putting our lineups in before the game, and he said this feels like one of those games where it's Joaquin Arias or it's Jason Nix. Maybe it's Matt Duffy who gets something started for the Giants off the bench here, batting for Machi.
You know me, what I think of Game 4 is weirdness seems to happen in Game 4s.
Duffy fouls it away, strike one, and for Matt, not a lot of work. He's 0 for 4 this postseason.
Already seen a lot of weird plays in this game. The Giants scoring their first run without getting a ball out of the infield. The Royals essentially returning the favor with that rally.
But doing 3 better in the count, even 1 ball, 1 strike. We also saw a pitcher bat twice in the same inning in a World Series game. Last time that happened was Game 1, 75 World Series. Louis Tiant for Boston against the Reds. That's inside. Ball 2, 2-1. Talking about Lorenzo Cain, his legs or some sort of lower body injury as Duffy fouls it out of play. Kenny, you know any more details on what Cain's dealing with?
Joe, he certainly doesn't look okay, but what I'm told from the bench is that basically he's fine and that he often looks like this. Obviously, it appears that he has some kind of leg issue, but I'm told, nope, he's okay, and he has not been receiving any treatment or any attending from any trainers.
Well, think about it. It was those legs that extended the inning. All the damage done with 2 out. Here's Duffy with a base hit into left. His first career hit in the postseason on to start the 3rd.
So important to get something going after a long half inning. It's a little split. You know that Vargas, who just tied Louis Tiant, has been on the base pass. He's been up. He's been at the plate. And I really think it was an adjustment for an American League pitcher. All of a sudden, you're hitting, now you're pitching again. Instead of sitting in the dugout, thinking about where you're going to go the next half inning, he's got to get out to the mound without the game plan, so to speak, in his mind.
Here's Blanco, takes a strike as the Giants go back to work in their bullpen with Petit.
That's the one guy who can give you multiple innings, Petit.
Strike blocked by Perez.
Well, that's why I thought it was curious that Bruce Bochy did stay so long with Vogelsong, because Petit can give you coverage. You have 8 pitchers in your bullpen. You can burn 1 for an out. Talking about on Perez, knowing that Petit covers you through the middle innings of the game.
I mean, you're going to do that anyway. And he's going to come out there, get 1 out. Don't really need to worry about it. Pressing issue was what the Royals were doing with the bats as they chased Vogelsong. That missed, and the count goes to 2-1. Ned Yost with the early lead. In the bottom of the 3rd inning, it's 4-1. Time was not granted, and so the pitch counts. It's a strike as Blanco was backing out of there.
Yeah, you don't get it until the umpire says time. You can see Blanco give up. He's yelling time, time, time. Too late. What you do for you young kids out there playing, leave your hands on the bat. You can yell time, 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 but you got to be ready to hit. If he doesn't grant it, the pitch counts.
So from 2-1 to 2-2. Blanco walked his first time. Now he grounds one right side. Only play to first. Into second is Duffy. One away.
You want to talk about balance and how important it is. We always talk about hitting. You just see Omar Infante on this grounder. He's getting ready to go to second on the pivot. Now I'm not have no play, no need to force it. Let me get the out. He's playing in a 4-1 game. He understands his bullpen and everything in situations. Right here, that's a tough angle to hit. Because what you didn't see is Duffy started to go outside on the slide. These are all things you see when you're catching this grounder. I thought that was a terrific play.
Here's Panic, the second baseman. Runner at second, one out.
Watch Duffy. He's going to go, and now he's going to cut to the outside and slide because he's going to take that throw away from coming to the angle that the shortstop was coming from. I like the read from Infante. All that happening in boom, boom, quick seconds.
Well, it's Panic now. It's Posey on deck against the lefty Vargas. Popped up into left. Gordon back, now in. 2 out. Earlier tonight, Giancarlo Stanton of the National League and Mike Trout of the American League announced as winners of the 2014 Hank Aaron Award. The Hank Aaron Award created in 1999 to recognize the best offensive player in each league in a given season. Stanton led the NL with 37 home runs, 105 RBIs, second to Adrian Gonzalez. Trout, who has finished second in the MVP voting in his first 2 years. Miguel Cabrera, not here tonight, hit 36 home runs, led the AL with 111 RBIs. Here's Posey. Strike one from Vargas. I would think Posey, here's Henry, Hank Aaron, Frank Robinson. I would think Posey would be a good match against Jason Vargas.
You would think. Well, I'm really interested in is the outfield alignment for the Royals against Posey, really against most hitters. CAIN straightaway right field. And most outfields, when they come to this ballpark, they'll cheat the right fielder over to guard against that triples alley out there. And we saw last night, Posey hit a bullet to right field. And CAIN was positioned exactly where the ball was. You see, they have DYSON with his tremendous range shaded over, covering triples alley himself. CAIN straight away.
Here's a 1-1.
Well, to me, I look at that. It tells me what are they going to do with Buster Posey? Give him nothing. We watched last at bat. It was 0-2. They end up walking. You got an open base. This is a big at bat. You can get them right back in the game. They're going to make Hunter Pence and Sandoval beat you. That's kind of what their plan has been all series.
Vargas, that's a base hit. Duffy coming around. Buster Posey delivers the hit. The play at the plate, too late. 4-2 game.
Gordon actually made that play close. You know, hitters hit mistakes. And I really think they made a mistake. They tried to bust him in a couple of pitches, just showing it to him. And they left something out over. This is a big run right here in this game.
Makes it a 2-run game. Now the inning continues for Pence. I know what you're thinking, Tom Verducci. Whether it's Posey or anybody, you're up by 3. You've got Pence on deck. I mean, you have to try and get the out with Buster Posey at the plate, whether first base is open or not.
Absolutely. I totally agree. I think, as Harold said, just made a mistake with the fastball there. Just got too much of the plate.
Now Posey on at first, and Pence comes up empty, 1-1.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is I'm not saying intentionally walk him. I'm saying make him chase a pitch. And make sure that if he's going to swing, he's going to hit a dribbler or pop a ball up. You can't let him square one up. They gave him a pitch to square up. They're lucky he kept it in the park.
Pence is homered in this World Series. An RBI his first time up. 1-1. It looks like he's ready to jump out of his shoes at home plate. The count 2-1.
Vargas loves that four-seam fastball up, backed up by the changeup down. Be careful with the fastball up to this guy.
That is hammered in the left. And it's 2 on with 2 out, and Sandoval coming up.
Gets a changeup up, and Hunter hammers it. I really think, guys, looking back at this half inning, how it started. With Vargas, how often have we watched American League pitchers sitting in the dugout with this menaced look on their face, talking to their catcher? And he didn't have that. He had to run right out there and pitch.
Well, and it followed the moment where he thought he had walked on a 2-2 pitch. Then he ends up striking out with the bases loaded and 2 out to end the inning, and he gives up the leadoff hit to Duffy as Tim Collins, the left-hander, will crank it up. Now it's Sandoval tying runs on. The Panda takes a strike. Switch hitter. Sandoval has struggled from this side of the plate this year. Late swing, strike 2.
Talking to Hensley, Yohan's the batting coach. Totally different swing from the right side. You see the front side really leaks when he bats right-handed. Of course, he's a natural left-handed hitter.
Hit 199. Against left-handed pitching this year. 319 against right-handed. Hurling. Here comes the 0-2. 2 on, 2 out. He chased it, and the strikeout ends the inning. And Vargas made him look bad with that at bat. Second strikeout for Vargas. It's a 2-run game after 3 innings in Game 4 of the World Series. Give you a game summary. We're only through 3 innings of game 4. It's a 4-2 game. Royals with a 4-run third inning, all 4 runs, scoring with 2 out. Infante, he's been hot. And Buster Posey just made it a 2-run game with a base hit through the left side to score Duffy as Yusmeiro Petit takes over his numbers this postseason. He had a great year. And also set a major league record during the regular season. As Escobar takes a strike, he retired 46 consecutive batters over 8 appearances, 6 of them in relief. So he made 2 starts in the run there. Whether you needed a starter, a middle guy, even late inning guy, Petit was there for Bruce Bochy. Popped up. On the infield, Crawford will win.
You see him working out of the stretch, with nobody on base, thinking like a relief pitcher. I don't know, Joe. Hitters just don't seem to pick up the ball on this guy. Obviously not a high velocity guy. Fastball upper 80s. Cutter, curveball, changeup, 4-pitch guy. He's got an interesting release point, pretty much straight over the top. And that fastball just seems to get on hitters.
The thing I like about him is he gives the Giants a chance. And they battle back to 4-2 game. He can extend it and give you a chance to stay around for a while, let them get back in it even more.
Here's a guy who made some starts this year. Alex Gordon takes a ball outside. He pitched brilliantly, 6 scoreless innings of relief in that marathon 18-inning game in game 2 of the division series. Won 2-1 the Brandon Belt home run in Washington. And it'll be interesting to see. I mean, it's a luxury to have this guy as your long reliever. But after you get past Bumgarner tomorrow in this series, if this thing goes back to Kansas City, maybe that luxury becomes somebody that you at least think about starting a ball game.
You're right, because I think that's the point they would be at.
Here's a 1-1. I mean, he seems to have the kind of stuff that can shut a lineup down. As it is, if this series goes back to Kansas City, you're looking at Peavy and Tim Hudson in games 6 and 7.
He's a natural strike thrower, always around the plate. Rest doesn't seem to bother him.
He has run it to 3-1 on Alex Gordon. They have another long man now in Tim Lincecum, who they believe after that game 2 appearance is throwing the ball well. Bad back or not. Here's a 3-1. That's hit high in the air to right center. Back is Pence. Back is Blanco. And in front of the track, 2 out. Reminding everybody how big this park is to the gap in right center. Tonight's telecast sponsored by T-Mobile, changing the game of wireless. By MasterCard. Anytime, anywhere you use your MasterCard, you could get a priceless surprise. By DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV.
Well, Joe, you called it, man. This is that you're jogging almost any ballpark in this country. You're jogging. You're walking around the pillows for the homer. You are. With that ball, he hit that about 400 and some feet. You're sitting in the dugout.
Yeah, I think it's 400 plus into right center field on that ball. It's 421 to the wall.
That sounded like a home run too off the bat. Great carry, you think? No. Doesn't even make the track.
They're right there in that corner, and it's 421 in that corner. And I didn't get to the dirt.
Here's CAIN now with 2 out, nobody on. 0-2. Not only did Petit pitch well in game 2 of the division series, he kept his team in it in game 2 of the NLCS. Here comes the 0-2. The 2 out, nobody on. Breaking ball got him right over the top, and order restored by Yusmeiro Petit. Bottom of the 4th inning rolls in. Belt, Perez, Crawford coming up. 4-2 Kansas City. 1-800-DIRECT-TV. Back to work is Vargas. He finds the outside corner to Brandon Belt. Underway in the bottom of the fourth in a 2-run game. Belt fly to center his first time up. That's just going the extra mile. Not just the grill out there on the boat, but he's petting his dog out there.
Got the life jacket on the dog?
Yes, he does.
Great feature on McCovey Cove during our pregame show. The guys were out there yesterday. Here's the 0-2. Belt stays alive. By the way, I talked about Petit keeping his team in the game in game 2 of the NLCS. It was actually in game 4. They got the win with 3 shutout innings, Petit. After that, 6 shutout innings, 1 hit in the division series. But look who's looming to hit in this 4th inning. As Belt stays alive, it's Belt, Perez, Crawford, and then it would be Petit's spot. And there's Morse, who we can't wait to get him.
National League Baseball. Pitcher spot forces decisions American League managers don't have to face. You just said it, Joe. Petit restored order to this game for the Giants. Now you may have to hit for him.
Ball 1 from Vargas.
I said may because it depends on the situation. I think a runner in scoring position, Morse gets the swing. Runner on first, 2 outs, I'm not sure.
Well, the other thing comes into play is, do you want Morse to take his shot right now against Vargas, or do you want him to wait and have to face Davis or Herrera or Holland?
Here's a 1-2. That's a good point.
I want my shot now to get him maybe a 2-run home run.
He's been swinging it well coming off the bench, Michael Morse. But that's the 4th spot up in this inning. The other part of it is you do have the other long reliever in Tim Lincecum. How much do you believe he's dialed in and okay physically? Not asking you. That's a question for Bruce Bochy. But he's an option as well. 2-2. That's inside. A good at-bat by Belt. Was 0-2, and now it's full. The inning, and that's number 3 on the night for Jason Vargas.
He really wanted to get inside on Belt. He's been there all day. That one hole he's been working on, he finally was able to execute it with 2 strikes on the hitter.
With that, we're told in the dugout, Michael Morse just took off the batting gloves. There's Juan Perez with 1 out, nobody on. Strike 1 from Vargas. We haven't told you much about him. This is year 1 of a 4-year deal. Kansas City. Back in 04, a 2nd-round pick by the Marlins. He's bounced around the Mets. Traded to Seattle. Traded to the Angels. Spent a year there last year. And now here he is, year 1 of a 4-year deal. And he's 0-2 on Juan Perez.
Well, he might not have as many stickers on the suitcase as Ryan Vogelsong, but Jason Vargas went to 2 high schools, 3 colleges. This is his 5th Major League team.
That's in the left. The base hit. Perez is on with 1 out.
Right when I was just thinking to myself, he's starting to warm up. He's starting to execute. He had great location on Belt. And then he misses on an 0-2 pitch. Perez.
And now Morse got the helmet on. You got Crawford up now. Petit is going to walk into the on-deck circle, but that doesn't mean anything with Morse lurking, and the bullpen will get busy.
You got to think about it. Here goes Wentz to come out to the pen. I mean, you got a left-handed pitcher, and you got to really honestly look at what their bullpen has done. They being the Royals, how dominant it's been late in the game. You got to take the shot when you got an opportunity.
There's Lincecum, 1 on, 1 out. It was a big at-bat for Crawford, even though we're only in the 4th. Brandon 0 for 1. Mark Gardner Wagner, such a valuable part of the coaching staff for San Francisco down there with Lincecum. The bullpen coach. That's outside. Ball and a strike. There's Mark. Long-time big leaguer. Morse hoping.
Adds a different intrigue to the game. It really does. When are they going to use Morris? We don't know. We'll use him later.
Well,
Will the pitcher stay in?
I think your point is really well taken. You want Morse against Vargas instead of trying to figure out those guys that can just bring it, as Danny Duffy will get loose at the end of the night. Here's a 2-1. Got under it. Skies it into right center field. CAIN is coming to get it. 2 out, and now the decision is made as Petit will walk in and hit.
And this is what I thought. You know, runner on second base, RBI opportunity. I think you see Morse. Runner on first, 2 outs. Not a great run scoring situation, and that's why he's saying, you know what? I don't want to go to my 5th pitcher in the 5th inning. 4th pitcher.
The other thing that was interesting was Duffy ran down there. Now you're saying, fine, I got another opportunity with the left-hander later in the game with Morris, maybe. Because the key we talked about, they want to stretch this to the 6th or 7th. The guy in the 6th is the left-hander too, and Finnegan. So you've got opportunities for Morris to have a matchup against the lefty if you're going to have 2 left-handers in the bullpen you're talking about wanting to use.
Wheels are turning here in the 4th inning. Here's one into center. The big drop. It is down for a hit. That was a factor that wasn't even talked about with Petit getting on.
It's almost like he's like, look at this. Puts off the air, the ground in the back. Stays through it.
That's only his 2nd hit all year. He was 1 for 25.
Maybe that's why we weren't talking about him hitting.
Like he was dancing in the batter's box there.
And he's smiling over at first. Perez going to go out and buy time, and they're trying to get Duffy and now Frazier ready as fast as they can.
That's the fancy footwork. Look at that. The back foot actually out of the batter's box on contact.
That's when it landed. It was in the air the whole time and landed back there.
Well, now it's Blanco. GREGOR walked, stole a base, and scored a run in the 1st inning, 0 for 1. But this year, lefty on lefty, he hit 280 against left-handed pitching.
Is this not fun? This is awesome. Great game.
Blanco. He is ready to jump on that first one. Broke a little piece off his bat. And he's going to need a new piece of lumber. Strike 1.
You know, the pitch I found interesting with Vargas, he's throwing a ball that's running in on the left-handers underneath their hands. We watched it with Belt. It's a 2-seamer that's cutting back against the left-hander. You don't see that very often. We see the 2-seamer cut away or a slider that breaks or a cutter, but you don't see that ball run back in on the left-handed hitter.
Yeah, he first 2 postseason starts, he was more 4-seam changeup combination, especially this inning. Looks like he's got a good feel for that 2-seamer.
If Blanco ties the game with this at bat, he would score 2 runs, and he would have to find at least 2 angles in that outfield to score Petit from first. He's homered in this series. He takes on the outside corner, strike 2.
Now he's got the inside and the outside. Here's that ball on the corner there. Oh, got a good pitch. Got a call.
Vargas, the 2 on, 2 out. Just missed outside.
Great pitching. Got the pitch before. Why not go back at it? See if he can get it again.
Left-hander from Apple Valley, California, comes set. Blanco pops it up. Shallow left center, and out to grab it. It stays close to the infield is Escobar. And now the Giants have left 5. We've played 4 in what is already a fun game. Long way to go. 4-2 Kansas City. Back after this from your local Fox station. Tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.
Yusmeiro Petit, first relief pitcher with a World Series hit since Al did it with Toronto back in 1993.
I was wondering why he runs around showing that Toronto ring all the time like he did something in that series.
Here we go with Hosmer, strike 1 from Petit.
Big old Gotti ring.
Look what I did. I got a hit.
Yep.
Well, you guys will be hearing about it, I'm sure, on MLB Network.
Well, and you know what game that was in 1993. It could only be one game in that series, right? Game 4. It's always the weirdest game of a series. That was the 15-14 crazy game at the old Veterans Stadium.
You can alert us all, Harold, to the exact second that Al texts you to.
Yeah, I don't have the phone on me right now, but I'm sure he will. But you know what? Watching this, I love it when something like that happens and Tom just lights up and he runs and he starts to look at things up. I knew you knew that before you double checked.
I'm telling you, there's something about Game 4, guys.
Here's a 1-1. Good rip, fouled away. By the way, Al might not text you about that because in that game he allowed 6 earned runs on 8 hits in 2 2/3 innings.
Wow, that's cold. I didn't. Hey, that wasn't me, Al. I didn't bring that up.
He was with us at Fox Sports. He's a former Fox Sports.
But he got a hit. That's
important. He got a hit. 1-2 the count. Petit had a perfect fourth inning, gave up that long fly ball off the bat of Gordon. That goes around the plate. 2-2 in the bottom of this fifth. We've already seen the bullpen active for Kansas City. We'll see Panik, Posey, and Pence.
That's why this is a big half inning for Petit to keep the score the way it is for the Giants.
That is ripped into the right field corner. Hosmer will dig for second as Pence gets it out. It's a double to start this inning, and Hosmer's 2 for 3.
Maybe a little redundant, but man, this guy can play some ball. I love watching him. Over a course of a series, we've watched him hit. We've watched him run athletically. We've watched him play defense. Great effort by Belt. Get up, big fella, over the glove. But just watching Eric Hosmer run, he's graceful. You don't think a guy that big is going to be as smooth as he is.
Number 3 overall pick in 2008. He is on at second with a leadoff double. He's now, by the way, got 10 RBIs this postseason. His RBI single on the infield and that 4-run third. Here's a ball up and away to Moustakas.
Think about the lean years in Kansas City. One stretch they lost more than 100 games 3 straight years. But this guy Mike Moustakas, Eric Hosmer, Alex Gordon, all drafted with one of the first 3 picks of the draft.
Ball and a strike from Petit. It's a guy who had a 36-homer season in the minors. Moustakas. And it finally all clicked. Baseball's been waiting for all these young players to not just get to the big leagues, but figure it out. And it happened in 2014. Here's a 1-1. Off the hands, popped up for Crawford, one away. And Moustakas does not advance the runner.
Another good pitch, because you know the idea that Moustakas had was to pull a baseball. This speaks to how you can't pick the ball up on Petit. He goes up in the zone. This ball just jumps on him. It's inside, but he can't get the head out. It's only about 89, 90 miles an hour. This isn't 95.
I'm telling you, there's something in his release, the way that he flexes that wrist and then over the top. It's got some life on it at 88.
Here's Infante. He may not get the headlines, but he has had a very solid postseason. At second base, at the plate, 2-run single. A big swing back in the 3rd inning. A 2-run home run in Game 2 back in Kansas City. And yesterday reached base 1 time. Frazier is so ready, he's bringing a cup of coffee out. Ball 1. Why the right-hander? After Panik, it's Posey and Pence. And the switch hitter Sandoval and Belt. So that tells you that if the leadoff man gets on, Ned Yost will not hesitate to dip into that good Kansas City bullpen. Right now up by 2. And tails back in, strike 1.
Just great movement. You can just continue to put balls on the corners. Tough to hit. It's just one of those seasons where everything is falling right.
Here is a 1-1 pitch. Instead, he looks back at Hosmer, who does not even have a big lead. The hit by Infante was against the starter Vogelsong, who went 2 2/3. 4 runs on 7 hits, undone by an infield hit. Strike 2. I think Vogelsong will be replaying that chopper to his left where he went for the ball instead of heading for the bag that led to 4 runs in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, but it's just one of those plays where they were victimized by 2 plays in that inning where you really react, and it's hard to say if it was a bad judgment call or not. It's just one of those Bermuda Triangle plays.
Runner at second, 1 out, 1-2 the count. He went around, 2 down.
Showed him everything, Tom.
And finished him off with the breaking ball. I mean, obviously, you can't overestimate how important these outs are here and keeping the score where it is. You know, when you play the Royals, it's a race to the 6th inning. And here's the flexion in the wrist I'm talking about with Petit. Very unusual delivery and the snap of the wrist that it comes straight over the top.
Now the inning up to Salvador Perez. His RBI hit in the 3rd inning. He's 2 for 2. That chased the starter Vogelsong, and why Petit's worried about Hosmer, I don't know.
I don't either. I think he's sent a sign he doesn't want, and he may as well just spin around. But whatever, he's giving us something to talk about.
Duffy back up with Frazier. Perez looking for the 2-out RBI hit. Logan popped up right side. Panic is there. And you think Petit can pitch? Gets around that leadoff double. Hosmer never moved. It'll be Panic. Then this man, Posey. And Pence. After Petit did his thing. Halfway through it. 4-2 Kansas City. Delivers. Kansas City on top. Away high, attaboy. What a scene here at AT&T Park. Bottom of the 5th inning, game 4. 4-2, Kansas City on top. Jason Vargas has persevered, trying to get through the 5th. He will be challenged. Here's Panic. Ball 1 upstairs. Posey and Pence, the next 2. Frazier and Duffy ready in the bullpen for the Royals.
That tells you how important this inning is. Ned Yost knows it. 5th inning, double barrel action with the bases empty.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Because if that ball gets by him, it's a leadoff triple. CAIN cuts this ball off. Right here, the reach to cut it. See the angle he took back and cut that ball off. That's a triple. Triple's out.
At least.
Yes. Right here, he angles back, cuts it off.
And that will chase the starter, Vargas. So the Royals are into their bullpen, but this isn't the spot where they are so dominant. It's now the middle relief as Vargas is KO'd on a double by the rookie Panic. Frazier right into it. The number's fantastic. Traded July 16th from Texas to Kansas City. Facing the tying run here in the 5th. Posey. Ball 1 up and in.
Well, Tom, you talked about in the open of the show, Buster Posey is 1 swing away. Saw him get the base hit already, but that's how explosive he can be in getting back on track in 1 game.
They need something big out of their catcher. And he fouls it right side. Frazier, when he got picked up by Kansas City, went 3-0 with an ERA of 1.53 in 23 games. And as he takes over, realize that the Giants in this World Series are a combined 5 for 45 against the entire Kansas City bullpen in this World Series.
Say, let's get in the bullpen. Maybe not so anymore. get the start.
To the shortstop. Escobar, nice play to his left. Gets the out. Panic over to third, one down. A chilly night in San Francisco. Tonight's telecast sponsored by Chevrolet. Find new roads. Here's Hunter Pence. Runner at third, one out. The switch hitting Sandoval on deck and Danny Duffy in the bullpen getting ready for Pablo Sandoval.
Tell you, little things right there. Buster Posey, that's a productive out. Moved the runner to third base, and now they got the infield back. Hunter Pence puts a ball in play. You pick up a run. Now it's a one-run game.
Laid off, ball one.
And we saw it last night, guys. Ned Yost, he's comfortable with the slimmest of margins. One run is enough for him with the bullpen he has, especially after the sixth inning.
Yeah, but if you're the Giants, you continue to think chip away. You got a lot of baseball left.
Here comes a runner, panic on a foul ball. Strike one.
I mean, I'm with you, Tom. We've watched the formula work for the Royals. But if you're the Giants, you just want to chip away and try to give yourself a chance.
No doubt about that. Hunter Pence here, his job productive out anyway.
Hunter may have bigger ambitions. He's 5 out of 12 in this series with a home run. His only home run this postseason. Takes a strike and a good pitch inside corner, strike two.
You said it, Joe. Good location, ball in with the fastball. Now does he go back to the slider or the split?
And I want to show you real quick, Escobar's moved in halfway now, not all the way back. So you're making Panic think about something. They're not just going to give it a run anymore.
Two. The Giants are 2 for 18 with runners in scoring position the last 3 games, which includes 1 for 7 tonight. One hit belongs to Posey. Delivers here in the 5th.
Now here's the gamble. Look where the shortstop Escobar's moved to. All right, the ground ball is hit up the middle. If he's back, he's got to play. But they took the gamble to go ahead and bring him halfway.
You will see teams do that with 2 strikes on the batter, thinking you won't get solid contact. You saw the reaction of Frazier. He just threw a ground ball he thought was an out. It's a base hit.
Danny Duffy, the young left-hander, takes over. Frazier out. Pablo Sandoval coming up. Tying run on in the 5th. dancing and having fun in the seats now at AT&T Park. It was 4-1. It's now 4-3. Danny Duffy into the game. The lefty for Sandoval. Almost hit him.
Cut a long ways right there.
Duffy pitched in game 1. Struggled when he first came on and then settled in. Went 3+, allowed 2 runs on 1 hit. 25 years old, 3rd round pick in 07. He's 9-12 this year for the Royals. Good ERA. Sandoval fouls it back.
You know, Joe, I go back to Pence's hit again. How important it is to put the ball in play. And Tom's been preaching to us the whole time about 2-strike hitting, right, Tom?
I'm telling you, the way the Giants swing the bat, it's a clinic. Level swings, tough to put away because they keep that bat in the zone with 2 strikes.
With a tying run in his pocket, 1 out.
He gets a ball down once again. Doesn't matter left or right. He just left the ball out over the plate. Great drive, but I love the hustle of Hunter Pence flying all the way around. And again, the way the Giants are manufactured, get 1 run, see if we can keep getting in this game, has turned this inning around, and the energy level in the building has gone way up.
Now Bell, 1st and 3rd, 1 out. Double play gets Duffy and the Royals out of trouble. Tying run at 3rd. Ball 1 outside.
Brandon Bell, I got to think they're going to bust me in. They've been doing that the whole time. He's got to be sitting on a ball inside.
I figure Duffy's going to stick with his power fastball. Tough for left-handers to pick up.
Almost got away. And Perez, after that pitch, is going to go talk to the young left-hander.
And it's Duffy's game right now. Nobody else up in that pen.
Well, Ned Yost had this set up ideally for Duffy. Sandoval, 199 from the right side. And then the left-hander Belt behind him. Duffy right now in trouble.
Hunter Pence right in the middle of it again for San Francisco. Belt on 2-0. Ball 3.
Taking peeks over to his own dugout. Mike Moustakas said, let me take care of this. Give him any kind of confidence that you can.
Tim Collins getting loose, but right now it's Duffy. In the middle of it all. Bases loaded. Dave Island, the pitching coach, will come out and talk.
First Perez went up to the mound. Moustakas went to the mound. Now the pitching coach to the mound.
Well, he hasn't been close. You know, that's one thing you got to look at, but also the indecision. Even on a 3-0 pitch, what else are you going to throw? That's the conversation. Try to get him to settle down. The stuff is there. We've watched him turn it around. He struggled like this in Kansas City, and he was able to turn it around. I'm the Giants, man. You got to be sitting there. The only thing that hurts you right now is a double play ball, and Perez would have to hit a bullet at somebody to roll into a double play.
Well, that's who's coming up. Juan Perez, who hit only 170 during the regular season, a part-time player. He's got the tying run at third and the go-ahead run at second, and Sandoval bases loaded out in front of him, only one out.
Perez with one hit this year with runners in scoring position. 1 for 18.
I thought they might go get Michael Morris to pinch hit here. But you know what? You got a long way to go. This kid's probably not going to double up. And he swung the bat pretty good last series when he did get an opportunity to play.
Singled his last time up. That was against Vargas. That's into center, might drop. Dyson, diving catch. Tagging and coming in to score Pence. And it's tied. And now they're going to appeal at third. And safe. It's officially 4-4. What a catch by Dyson.
What a great baseball play. I forgot about Pence tagging up. Look at him go back. A lot of people get baited. Go back, get on the bag, and watch Dyson come in with the dive. But the spin, he takes ground balls every day with the infielders. He almost tried to double them up like a shortstop or a middle infielder. Great effort. I love the fact that Pence knew the situation, went back and tagged up. If he dives, I'm going.
Great baseball play all around.
But who knows what that saves for Kansas City. Yes, the game is tied. But going with his best defensive alignment, Ned Yost switched up and started these games here in San Francisco with Dyson in center and CAIN in right. Now it's 2 on, 2 out. Tie game, Crawford. Strike one. Duffy's got new life.
And Mike Morris has stepped onto the on-deck circle. And one of the reasons you put him out there is so maybe Crawford will get something to hit.
Runners on at first and second.
Leave the pitcher on the on-deck circle. They pitch around and nibble.
Lincecum getting loose. Outside, a ball and a strike. What a play by JARROD Dyson in center.
JARROD Dyson, a guy drafted in a round that no longer even exists. 50th round pick. All-out effort. Don't forget to fix your divots.
His left knee just slamming into the grass.
Joe, it's almost as if that play has picked up Danny Duffy. Looking much more confident after the great play by Dyson.
I agree. That did nothing well. That ball was ticketed for a blue pit into center until Dyson bailed him out. Two on, 2 out, 1-2 pitch. Crawford strikes out looking. And Duffy and Dyson have kept it tied. But the Giants have tied it. RBI hit in the inning for Hunter Pence. Then his base running. Scoring the tying run on a sac fly by Perez. After 5 in Game 4. Tied at 4. Catcher. Go online to enter your receipt. By AARP Real Possibilities. And by the new Samsung Galaxy S5, the next big thing is here. Well, the man who, in my mind, did so many things with that catch in center field. Realize where the Giants were there. They had the bases loaded, 1 out. They get the sac fly, as it turns out, because of that diving catch by Dyson in center, and what they missed with a subsequent strikeout of Brandon Crawford was a chance to do more damage and take a lead against a pitcher not named Finnegan, Herrera, Davis, or Holland. That catch was huge by Dyson.
When you play the Royals, the 5th inning feels like the 8th inning, and that's why there was such urgency in that situation. What a play by Dyson.
Now he gets to lead it off. That is a ball. The count evens with a ball and a strike.
I'm still questioning as we look at Finnegan here. #1 pick, 17th pick this year, and I look at Dyson, 50th round.
Doesn't even exist anymore.
Oh, people, how you missed that? That kind of speed.
Got a big heart too. Bursting with confidence. As the count goes to 1-2, let's go back to the catch and the runners.
Yeah, and everybody did a nice job. We're talking about this in between during the commercial break. Tom and Joe, I give you guys credit. We look at this. Look at Belton up top. You got Sandoval and then Pence flying down the line. Give you a better angle. Everybody came down and got in a position where they can advance if they need to or get back with plenty of time. That was great base running.
Dyson 2-2.
I love taking that credit all myself. To be honest with you, give you guys credit. It's okay.
Dyson hitless tonight with a walk, facing Petit for the first time. Petit's doing his thing. This is what they've come to expect. 3rd inning of work. He's pitched 2 scoreless.
If the series continues, you've got to say he's going to start. I mean, if this continues to go 6 or 7, you've got to get this guy in the starting rotation.
It's a luxury to have. And think about a long man. Unless you go extra innings, or unless it's a blowout your way, which you don't expect. I mean, this is a guy to come in when you're trailing. This is a guy you may think to start a game to try and get a lead, especially against Kansas City.
Thinking about how big this is right here.
That is ripped into right, base hit.
And for that reason, Joe, it's almost like it's a double. Everything in order right now.
How about the last 10 minutes for Dyson? He makes the catch in center and now leads off with a hit. Thanks to baseball fans across the country who helped T-Mobile unleash the biggest 7th inning stretch ever. Stay tuned for the big reveal. Some of your videos are about to be featured on national TV and go down in baseball history. T-Mobile changing the game of wireless. Here's Aoki to bat for Danny Duffy.
This is where it gets fun. Is he going to bunt? Is he going to hit and run? Is Dyson going to steal a bag? This is when it gets real fun.
Yeah, that's why I thought that's a huge at bat right there. A huge out for Petit to try to get, just for that reason, to keep Dyson, a disruptor, off base.
Duffy ends up going 2/3 of an inning. A hit, a walk, a strikeout. No runs allowed. He allowed 1 inherited runner to score. That's upstairs, ball 1, and everybody's got one eye on the batter and one eye on Dyson at first.
Yeah, I had a great conversation with Gerard Dyson about what do you look at when you're stealing bases. And a lot of people say, hey, I look at a shoulder, I look at a knee. And Julio Cruz taught me years ago, you look right through the pitcher. And that's what Dyson does. He looks through the pitcher, and you pick. Now you see the whole body, because as it moves in sync, it gives you a chance to get a better jump. So picking at the catcher, maybe getting a sign. What a great play by the Giants. Again, we've watched the left-handed first baseman in Belt turn it and make the pivot and the throw. He throws a strike. And look at Crawford with the turn. This is textbook. When he can get back to your bag, that's what makes the play. He turns around. It's like a wide receiver, and that ball is in the air coming back at him. See that? I love that shot again. It was as he turned and threw, he turned around to go back to the base, and Crawford is releasing the ball. Right here, you'll see him throw, and as he makes the throw, now he turns. Crawford is going to get this ball, and you cannot even. Belt is going back to the bag without looking at it.
Here's a strike into Escobar.
All the options we talked about, the Royals didn't get a chance to explore any of them, either the stolen base or the bunt. Second pitch, Petit blows up his bat with the double play grounder.
His spot due to lead off. Petit, the bottom of the 6th inning, should be it. Escobar reaching for it. Shallow left. Perez. What a job by Yusmeiro Petit. He's become a postseason star. 4-4 into the bottom of the 6th. The 9, 1 and 2 batters coming up. It's grown to the big 4 because it includes a 21-year-old left-hander, Brandon Finnegan. And this group has dominated this series, the ALCS, the Division Series. And here is Finnegan, the 21-year-old left-hander. Arias leading off, takes a ball. Joaquin Arias is batting for Petit, who went 3 innings, no runs, 2 hits, 2 strikeouts, no walks. What a job. A 2-0 record this postseason for Yusmeiro. Arias. throws his bat and dumps a base hit into right. And the number 9 spot in the Giants lineup is 3 for 3.
Right off the end of the bat, almost on the tip of the bat. Unlucky for Finnegan. Now the Giants have their best bunter on the team at the plate, GREGOR BLANCO.
The Giants tonight have put the leadoff man on now 4 times. They're 3 for 3. With that guy coming around to score, and 12 times they put the leadoff man on in this series. 9 have scored. They have the leadoff man on here with Blanco, as you said, Tom, coming up. And everybody shortened up looking for a bunt.
National League Baseball. We're in the 6th inning, and we've seen 10 different players in the 9 spots in the 2 batting orders.
3 different guys, 3 for 3 in that 9 spot. Everybody 1 for 1. Started with Duffy. He singled and scored. Here is Blanco, strike 1.
The thing I like about Finnegan, it's amazing how he's come from pitching in the College World Series in June.
Blanco saying, did you call this on a bunt attempt or on the pitch? I think Terry Barrett called it on the pitch. Blanco said, whoa, that pitch is high.
Anytime you get a good look at a pitch, it's when you're bunting, because your eyes are right there with the ball.
Go ahead run on at first, nobody out. Now he pulls back. 1 ball, 1 strike.
My point with Finnegan, what I think is unique, when you have a kid like him that's moved quickly through the system and just got finished playing college ball this summer. College baseball, they bunt all the time. You learn how to throw strikes and get the out with the guy bunting.
Likely facing one here with Blanco. In the air. Perez can't get to it. Strike 2. Pitching for TCU in this past College World Series. As Harold said, 17th overall pick, made his Major League Baseball debut at Yankee Stadium with 2 scoreless. So they saw that, they saw the stuff, and they wanted to make sure he could pitch on back-to-back days out of the bullpen. He's proven he can do that. And here he is, back-to-back games, 3 and 4 in the World Series. Got 2 outs last night. Strike hit for the Giants, 2 on, nobody out.
Takes a slider down the other way. It's a good pitch. And this ball's breaking down away. It's out of the zone. It's executed the way you want it executed. Blanco was just better.
Wow. Think about the at-bat that started with that high strike. It led to 2 strikes. The Giants go away from the bunt, and Blanco gets the base hit on a 1-2 pitch.
We've seen it throughout the postseason with these Giants. Maybe they don't leave the yard a lot. You call it 2-strike hitting team. To me, it's about their approach and how level their swings are. Look how long in each case there. There's SANDOVAL. Here's Pence. The barrel stays in the zone for a long time. Hunter Pence. Of course, Joe Panic, the best 2-strike hitter of all, same swings. Not coming up on the baseball, staying through it with a level swing.
Now it's the rookie Panic, rookie on rookie. Looking for the bunt again. That's a throw to second and safe. As Arias almost strayed too far.
Well, you already know the shortstop's going to be standing there because they're bunting, so he's got no responsibility but to be there. And they got lucky because if this ball's, if it's back in the zone a little bit, if he's back on the base instead of in on the infield, they got an out.
I'm with you, Harold. That's why I'd rather have the shortstop, middle infielder hang back at the base rather than try to get the ball and bring it back. And Ed Yost is going to have a little conversation here while his video people look at that play.
Looked like Arias got back safely. Yost is going to go out and talk, and now he is going to officially challenge it. But watch again. It was close, but Arias, he got in there. Looked like he got the right hand on the bag.
Yeah, it's one of those challenges, I believe. Or let's take a shot. You have your challenge through 6 innings. After that, you can ask the umpires to take a review. Typically, they will. Might as well take the shot right here. It's such an important point in the game.
Play under review presented by Samsung. And remember, the replay umpire is Jerry Meals, who was on the field the first 2 games of this World Series at Kansas City. Now he's in New York. With Jeff Nelson joining this crew. We haven't seen any replay that shows that Arias is anything but safe, and I think that's a pretty definitive look.
Yeah. I think he got back there. We'll see.
They're cheering because they're showing that angle we just saw on the big board in center field. Giants fans have made their call.
Well, they've got a ton of angles in New York. Did you guys ever get a chance to get that command center there?
No, I know you did.
I mean, it's like going to Nassau. You got so many different camera angles and on point. You see Blanco going, what are you doing?
Exactly.
Man,
don't let that happen again.
You know what? As a base runner, that's one of these plays. I love the Royals putting that play on. You know you're bunting, and a lot of times a guy will bunt through a ball. And to come up immediately, the shortstop's responsibility is going to be to cover second base anyway, so you're not taking him out of a position. He's going to be lurking around there. So for the catcher to throw, it's a given play because you're not creating any open space that wouldn't be there.
2 on with nobody out.
Here's the play, all right? You see where Escobar starts? Now he breaks with the coverage because that's where he goes. Once the ball's pulled back, here's the throw. He's just drifting in the area he should be in anyway. So it's not like they have to put on a play. It's just a reaction. If Perez thinks he's got a shot, he takes it.
Here's Panic now with a 1-0 count. And the rookie with a perfect bunt. Out at first, runners at second and third. He does a lot of things really well, Joe Panic.
I mean, you can take the highlights of Joe Panic this postseason and make an instructional video. Whether it's 2-strike hitting, turning a double play, or right here, putting down a perfect bunt.
That can't get any better. Put it down in the dirt to deaden it. You go to third base with runners on first and second because it's going to force him to come get it.
Now we'll get an intentional walk. Buster Posey at the plate to load him up for Hunter Pence and set up a double play. Pence has already proven he can beat a double play ball. He did that back in the first for an RBI. But this will load the bases with 1 out. And as you said, last inning with Duffy, this is Finnegan's inning. Nobody up for the Royals in their bullpen. So they're walking Buster Posey to get to a guy, Hunter Pence, who's hitting .462 in this World Series, to try and set up a double play.
Yeah, you almost have to do it. You can't just let Buster take wax and bring the infield in. So you're going to try to at least try to get an opportunity to get a double play ball. But Hunter Pence is rolling right now.
I'm with you. It's the absolute right move. You can't ask the rookie to try to pitch around Buster Posey, but doubling up Hunter Pence, very, very difficult.
Perez out to talk to the 5'11" left-hander Finnegan. Good speed with the 2 lead runners. The front guy is Arias. The guy in the middle is Blanco. The bunt by Panic, the walk to Posey, and here's Pence. He does not wait around.
he comes up grunting and hacking. Ball running from him.
And Finnegan's best pitch is the sinker, but that one was a little higher than he wanted.
Pence can have some night. He's already got 2 RBIs. Trying to put the Giants back on top. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, I'm looking at the infield. The middle infielders are not playing like traditional double play depth. They're looking, if it's a chopper, you come home. If it's hit sharp at you, you turn 2. Normally they might be back another 5 feet. Double play on the way.
Left side, Escobar comes home. They get the out. And the bases are loaded with 2 down as Finnegan gets Pence to bounce into the 6-2 force out at the plate.
And because they know the speed of Hunter Pence, they learned early. This ball takes him to his right. Once he takes a step, he's going home now. If he goes to second for the double play, they might not turn it and you give up the run. So that's a great read by Escobar to go ahead and go back home and get the out. Again, another nice baseball play.
Perez wanted to make sure his foot was on the plate. It was, with the mask crossing in front of his eyes. And now it's up to Pablo Sandoval. Singled off the lefty. Duffy his last time up. That's into center. Giants lead. Sandoval delivers. 1 run scores. Here comes another. It's 6-4.
First pitch, the Giants have been aggressive. Here it is. And what's the backflip? Boom, see ya. Joe, 1 pitch from getting out of it, and 1 pitch from being down.
Posey scoring all the way from second. Now Brandon Belt. Giants led 1-0. After 1, trailed 4-1, now lead at 6-4. Bell grounds 1 up the middle. Here comes Pence, and another. It's 7-4.
Once again, Joe, you don't see the Giants taking big swings. 12 hits in this game, 11 singles. Short to the baseball, through the middle of the field. Time after time after time.
First pitch hitting. Putting him on his heels. Rough-a-dope.
Now on Perez with 2 on, 2 out. And Brandon Belt told us before the game, it's just different for us in the postseason. We're not swinging for the fences. We're trying to put the bat on the ball. We're trying to put pressure on the defense, move guys along. And he comes up with a big 2-out RBI hit. The 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I like what you said about first pitch hitting there. You saw this. Finally, he switched up and threw the slider to Perez first pitch, but Sandoval and Belt both got first pitch sinkers.
Infante gets the out. But it started with a pinch hit. Larry Bear loves it. And so do 40,000 plus fans here at AT&T Park. Giants have overcome a 4-1 deficit and now lead by 3. Back after this from your local Fox station. Reviving baseball in inner cities. It's the RBI program. The world champions from Jersey City, Miami, and Santo Domingo were recognized on the field. For over 25 years, MLB's RBI program has given young people from underserved communities the opportunity to play baseball and softball while encouraging academic achievement. It's a great program. For more information about RBI, visit MLB.com/RBI. Seventh inning. What a game. What a night. And now the Giants bullpen has a chance to say, watch what we can do. And the first guy out of it, the Giants up by 3, is Jeremy Affeldt.
You're right. It's amazing how the pendulum has swung. And this isn't like the Giants bullpen isn't a lockdown bullpen either.
Here's Gordon. Right guys coming up to do something about a 3-run deficit. Gordon, CAIN, and Hosmer.
Hey, Joe, you're talking about the bullpens and just their ability to challenge. And I love Affeldt able to go righty and lefty.
He is not just a matchup left-hander, and he will have the right-handed hitting CAIN next. That's into left field, slicing. Perez, that's why he's in the game. 1 out.
Joe, again, dead on it, because this would have been possibly Ishikawa or Morris. They don't get to this ball. And Bochy loves to stay with his defense. And when this game was close, you're thinking maybe a pinch hit for Perez, a 1-run game or a tie game. You leave him in. They break it open. They get a 3-run lead, and the defense pays off.
Terrific play. That ball working away from him the entire time.
Here's Lorenzo Cain, who's 2 for 3. Ball 1 upstairs from Affeldt, who was with Kansas City the beginning of his career. As we've talked about, Dayton Moore was the general manager in 2006. He's the one that traded Affeldt to Colorado. Reinvented himself, worked on his mechanics, his delivery. He's got a good fastball, but he's got an even better know-how as to how to get outs coming out of the bullpen. The count 1-1.
Became a very different pitcher. Came up as a hard thrower, straight over the top, fastball, curveball. Now it's sinker breaking ball.
And SANDOVAL, 2 out.
Oh, we talked about it last night. We're at that point in the series where positioning becomes such a critical part of it, and you start to learn what guys can or can't do against you. Hard to get hits when you hit them at them.
Great example of how to play third base. You start in that low position and stay there when you have to move. Don't rise up. Nice play by the Panda.
Now Hosmer, 2 out, nobody on. Eric's had a nice night. RBI single, a run scored, and a double. How about that? Hosmer's bailing out of there, and it comes back for a strike.
Well, you haven't seen a guy. That was a teaser.
That was his old school breaking ball. The get me over big bender.
He went around. Hosmer can't believe it. Strike 2.
This will mess you up right here. The first one kind of gets you dancing, and then he throws this one. Got him set up, and you have to see his 3 other pitchers.
Affeldt off the mound, slips, and can't make a play. He wears a knee brace on his right leg. It's a base hit to keep the inning alive, and they hold their breath every time Affeldt gets off the mound because he's had a penchant for getting injured.
He's had injuries, everything from picking up his kids to slicing up a thumb, trying to cut a package of frozen hamburgers.
You know, it was interesting watching Hosmer's run. See where he's at on the baseline. If he throws the ball, he might get that interference call we saw so much this summer. Just wasn't able to make a release.
Well, here's Moustakas. Opportunity for Kansas City after that infield base hit. Moustakas. Ball one outside for Matfeld. Guys, Hosmer led off in the 5th inning with a double against Petit. Petit then got a pop-up, a strikeout, and another pop-up. Yusmeiro Petit has not allowed a run in a month. And he's pitched 11 scoreless in the postseason. He is the pitcher of record. And if the Giants hang on, he'll go to 3-0 this postseason.
Huge X factor in this season.
2-0.
Whatever they needed him to do when Timmy Lincecum's struggling in the rotation, he picked him up. Start games, pitch 6 innings in an extra inning game, and right here, bringing peace and quiet to a game that was getting out of hand for the Giants.
2-0 the count. Moustakas to the right side, right into the defense from shallow right. Inning over. Panic makes the play. And now the Royals have stranded 7 on the night. We're going to the 7th inning stretch. And here's our game summary. Giants got the first run. Then Kansas City got 4 runs in the 3rd inning. 10 batters, 5 hits. The Giants in the 6th inning, they sent 8 batters, got 4 hits, 3 runs, and Petit right now the pitcher of record. And how about the work he's done in October? It's a 7-4 lead into the bottom of the 7th inning. And Petit, he bailed out the Giants here tonight. And right now, for the introduction of God Bless America, we join public address announcer Rennell Brooks-Moon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your caps as we honor America and our military troops here at home and all around the world. Here now to perform God Bless America, please welcome Staff Sergeant Pedro Antonio Alemón III.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam.
new roads by T-Mobile, changing the game of wireless. And by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Here's to Budweiser, here's to baseball. T-Mobile ambassadors just distributed 10,000 packages of Cracker Jack during Take Me Out to the Ball game.
I want one of those.
Here in San Francisco.
Cracker Jacks. They still got the prize in those?
Oh, yeah.
Cancer awareness.
Well, from that right arm, throwing Cracker Jack, to the left arm of Brandon Finnegan against Brandon Crawford. Finnegan got roughed up with a 3-run 6th inning, and he's back out there for the 7th. Crawford took ball 1.
And he came back first pitch breaking ball.
Yeah, just to clean up one order of business. Belt, his hit was on the 2nd pitch, actually took the 1st. Holding back the Giants is like holding back water with your hands.
There's a strike. Collins getting loose again. 10 different Giants with a hit in this game. That's the first time for the Giants in their great history in the World Series. Big part of that, the number 9 spot. 3 different guys with a single. Another number 9 hitter coming out, Michael Morse in the on-deck circle. Geico in-game box score for the Giants. Hits up and down. Got played the only one not in on the fun. Affelt hasn't hit, but that number 9 spot. 3 singles and a run scored.
Hear the phrase crooked numbers? That's it.
A lot of them right there.
Wow. Here comes a 1-2. 2-2.
What an arm. Watching Finnegan moving the ball in and out. I know he got roughed up last half inning. But you can see why they're so high on this young man.
Got him right to the big leagues. Here's his 2-2. Reaching for a tough play. Infante, no chance. Base hit. Leadoff man is on, and now each spot in the lineup for the Giants has at least 1 hit.
Well, you saw Hosmer with the number last half inning, and right here, Crawford again. How many strikes now?
2 strikes, time and time again. Both these teams really tough to put away. Love watching both these offenses go to work because of that.
Look at what the pinch hitters have done for the Giants. The last 15 plate appearances, 7 for 11. The bunts in there, 2 RBIs, 2 extra base hits, and that includes the work by this man, Michael Morse. And Sergio Romo gets loose. Affelt the scoreless top of the 7th. Morse, who homered as a pinch hitter in Game 5 of the NLCS. And last night, an RBI double and a run scored as a pinch hitter in the 6th.
And every ball he's hitting is loud. And he is locked in, taking that first pitch, looking good.
2-0. You know what Morse is thinking about doing? Launching one. 3-0. Finnegan may be about out of gas.
Yeah, green light?
Absolutely. I think you saw right there in a 2-0. He's just keyholing right here. A small little box where he's waiting to see if the ball gets in there, and if it does, they get unhinged.
Away, he's looking for something inside to pull. And another thing that tells you that is he missed that foul ball home run last night on a ball he pulled too far foul. He's looking to do the same thing, but keep it fair.
Here's a 3-1. Caught the inside corner. Good pitch from Finnegan. Full count.
One ball on the outside corner, came right back in. Nice job of framing by Perez to kind of steal a strike right there.
Yeah, when a guy's sitting in the count for 3 pitches looking for the one he wants and that ball misses in like that, you know he's had a good look at it.
Off speed here.
And a walk after the infield hit. And that might be it for Finnegan. So with 2 on, nobody out, critics are calling this season of The Ultimate Fighter the most anticipated since the show first aired. Don't miss a jaw-dropping new episode of The Ultimate Fighter. A champion will be crowned Wednesday at 10 Eastern and Pacific, only on Fox Sports 1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. So a double switch as Ned Yost is out of the dugout. That's it for Finnegan after the hit and the walk. The pitcher of records, Tim Collins, is coming in with Nix off the bench to play defense. TV 1-800-DIRECTV. Runners on at first and second. Jason Nix added to the active roster for this World Series at third. Collins comes in and misses outside with ball 1. Nix will bat ninth. Moustakas is out of there, and there are the numbers in the regular season and postseason for the lefty Collins.
One of the reasons you try to bunt, obviously put yourself in scoring position where you want to get to where a grand slam does not beat you.
Here's another one outside, 2-0.
I know, Harold, you're a big fan of this. The bunt has fallen out of favor in the regular season of Major League Baseball, but we've seen throughout this postseason how effective it can be and how difficult it is to defend.
Defending, and as the inning continues to move forward, just put pressure on the defense.
The bunt is perfect, and too late, gets away, runner scores, that's Crawford, it's 8-4. Exactly what you're talking about.
Right on cue, the pressure that it produces. I look at it like playing a tennis match. How often do you watch volleys in tennis? And it's basically, until you make a mistake, I'll keep hitting it back to you. And it's so hard to be perfect. This ball just ends up being up the line.
And it's a base hit. And then the error to score the run. So no RBI, but a base hit on the bunt for Gregor Blanco.
And for Tim Flannery, you saw there, the third base coach, another RTI. Run thrown in. I lost track of how many they're up to by now.
You give them any opportunity, and the Giants will just blow you up. Runners at first and third, nobody out. What Joe Panic did his last time up. He dropped down a perfect bunt the previous time, started the game-tying 2-run rally with a double.
That was a huge hit, obviously, for a lot of reasons.
The more you see this guy, the more you realize that in his first taste of big league life, coming up in June, the Giants have drafted, if not a solid second baseman, he may be a star before this thing's over.
He's got star written all over him. Just the way he plays the game. Fundamentally solid. And so calm.
That's into the gap in left center. Dyson will not get there. More scores. All the way around is Blanco. Panic has delivered. Blanco is safe. And it's 11-4. 10-4, not 11, as that ball shoots the gap in Panic. He pulled a double to right center. He empties the bases with a double to left center, and the Giants have flat out blown it open here in the 7th.
Well, we're talking about a star is born, right? I was watching Blanco run on this. Dyson had an angle. It looked like he was going to run that ball down. Panic is special. They found something here in this kid.
And to fill the role and be a number 2 hitter as a rookie and handle all that goes into that, batting in front of this man, Buster Posey.
And the style of play that they play, he's not sitting there saying swing and hit a ball to the ballpark. He's got a bunt. You're going to have to move runners. You're going to face the tough left because we want you in the game for defense.
Pulled the string on Posey in the count, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And that swing is just perfect for this ballpark. The change Posey swings through.
Well, what's really impressed me about Joe Panic is the left-handers he's had to face without having that bats off them before.
Here's a 1-1. Posey to the right side. Runner goes to third. He's there with 1 out as Hosmer makes the play. And in this 10-4 game, the runner at third, 1 out. Let's go back to the shot into left center.
He's got some power, drives it the other way, and then watch Blanco come into your picture. Flying.
Now the infield will creep in as the Giants have finally broken loose. Hunter Pence. That will officially make it 11-4. What a night for Hunter Pence. An RBI double. And it's a 7-run game here in the 7th.
Well, they've officially broken it open. We talked about Panic and Pence. But I tell you guys that the Giants play team baseball. And I love the fact that they play this brand of ball that is not about me, it's about our team. And when we get a second, I want to show you something that I picked up on Buster Posey's last at-bat. And that'll explain everything I'm talking about.
I'll go back to what Brandon Belt told us about the quality of their at-bats in the postseason. So I don't know why. More focused at-bats. We're seeing that one after another tonight. One line drive after another.
Sandoval is 2 for his last 2. That's up and away, and it was Pablo who delivered the key hit in the 6th inning. After 2 poor at-bats right-handed his first 2 times up. Against Duffy and then against Finnegan, 2 left-handers. He went 2 for 2, and now Hunter Strickland is going to get loose as they hope for an opportunity to bring him in and try and rebuild his confidence. Hunter Pence is in the middle of it seemingly every time.
I thought his at bat in the 5th inning was huge. We talk all the time about the Royals playing to get a lead in the 6th inning. They were only 5 outs away.
Had Pablo out in front of it, left side. Knicks just into the game. That's out number 2.
All right, now you remember when it was 4-2 and Buster Posey had that productive hit that drove the runner to third base? Now it's 10-4. And watch Buster Posey, okay? He shoots this ball to the right side. It's 10-4, runner at second. What's he going to do? As he's going down the line, he looks to see, are you going over? Are you going to third base? Okay, I did my job. And a 10-4 game. All right, this is continually adding on because it's the World Series. And yeah, would he like to got a base hit and shot a ball through there? But I just thought his reaction of I got the man over. He's had 2 at-bats tonight, where he moved guys up, and he gets nothing on the batting average. But they've opened up the game for them. I just think that's team baseball.
Here's Belt with a runner at second, 2 out. 4 runs home in the inning, their biggest inning of the night. 11-4 here in the 7th. Collins. Nice play by Perez. Collins got that visit from Dave Island, and you have to believe that the conversation was, look, I know it's not going well, but Tim, we need you to get outs here. We're going to save the big guys. The only pitchers left in their bullpen are the big 3. Tim, it's up to you to get through the rest of this night.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't bother looking over your shoulder. Nobody up in the bullpen.
Here comes a 2-0 to Belt. He went around 2-1.
It's a big task they're asking him, though.
He's got to get 4 more outs.
Yeah.
Think about Bochy. People asking him about Bumgarner going on short rest instead of Vogelsong. Vogelsong knocked out in the 3rd inning. There was Petit again to bail out the Giants on the mound, and the Giants broke through against Vargas, Frazier, Duffy, Finnegan, and now Collins. Nobody named Herrera, Davis, or Holland. And now he's got Bumgarner ready on regular rest for tomorrow in Game 5 in what looks to be a 2-2 World Series through 4 games.
Well, Joe, I'm going to go with the last back. Right?
That's your Bochy?
Bochy just walk into the booth?
The best I got.
That's how he is. He is not a guy that's going to panic. And at some point, these other guys have to pitch. Bumgarner went on short rest tonight or not.
Exactly. Your greatest asset with the Giants right now is Bumgarner on his normal rest. Why compromise that? You don't know what you're getting on a short rest.
Well, here's a walk to put 2 on with 2 out. Bring in Juan Perez. And Perez will step in with a sac fly, a single, 1 for 3.
It's a big task to ask of Collins to get through this. He's scuffling through this half inning. He's got to come back for another half inning. Whew.
7-run game, 11-4. Strike 1 on Perez, 9th man to bat in the inning. And so for the first time tonight, the Giants bat around. The Royals did that back in the 3rd. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, it's a funny game, too. I mean, the score doesn't indicate how tight it was at one time. And I look back at the decisions that Ned Yost had to make. He was lined up perfectly for what he wanted to do. They just didn't get the plays. Even brought the infield in and got Escobar with the double play ball to Pence. If he hits it to him, they got 2. He doesn't. He has to go home. They get 1. The next hitter comes up, and breaks it open.
I agree. The score, I mean, you're looking at line score right there. That 5th inning. I mean, this time the lineup turned around the 3rd time in the 5th inning, not the 6th. Hunter Pence is at the plate with 1 out. So you know the Royals are thinking we're 5 outs away from getting to the big 3. And a 2-strike hit by Hunter Pence, and they're off and running. You call it, Joe. Hunter Pence seems to be in the middle of everything, almost like he's batting out of order to get up there.
Perez pops it up right side. Foul ball, and out of the reach of Eric Hosmer. So if you want to turn the attention in this World Series to game number 5, James Shields, Madison Bumgarner on the air at 7 Eastern right here on Fox.
I think you know what you're getting from Bumgarner, and I think you'll get a much better start from James Shields.
I did too. You said it in game 1. Shields is a field pitcher. And that changeup, he has these long layoffs.
10 days of rest with the changeup. I mean, you could almost see that coming, and he just didn't have the feel. And I really believe he's going to bounce back with a good start.
James, he gets it tomorrow. That strikeout on a changeup as Collins is screaming at himself coming off the mound. Have they had fun here tonight or what? Has he had fun? Hunter Pence and the Giants have been relentless the last 3 innings. On a Saturday night in San Francisco, up 11-4. Howard is a hip-hop mogul. Taraji P. Henson, as is just out of prison, ex-wife. If you love high drama and amazing music, that's the show for you. Empire, premiering in January on Fox. First pitch swinging against Sergio Romo as Omar Infante 1 out. We're underway in the top of the 8th inning. 11-4 Giants. And their relief work has gone from Machi. He was there to bend in the 3rd inning, but not break. Petit, Affelt, and now Romo. Here's Perez.
Bruce Bochy has used 8 players in the 9 spot in the batting order tonight. Royals 6. It may not be an oil painting, but I don't know about you, but my scorebook looks like a Jackson Pollock crook. It's a mess.
No, mine too.
Yeah, right.
I can't even read yours.
1 out, nobody on. The 0-1 is over the glove of Crawford into left. And Salvador Perez is on with 1 out. Well, here's mine.
Here's mine. You got a lot more ink than me, Joe. Look at that 9 spot in the order.
Wait, put that up again.
You doing your kids' homework?
Yeah. It's my little notes I write down. Someone talk to you, Joe. I look over here.
I know. You can. I told you all season. Just look to your left. I got you. 1 on, 1 out. Here's Dyson to the right side. Panic. 2 up. Tonight's stats brought to you by Better Money Habits, powered by Bank of America with Khan Academy. And how about Petit? 3 games this postseason. He's 2-0. He will be 3-0 if the Giants hang on. 12 scoreless innings with 13 strikeouts along the way.
I thought you said it great at the time when he left the game. He saved the game. He managed it to get it to a point where the Giants could come back through this thing. And that's why they're winning this game.
Yeah, and that's what they have waiting. So all the talk about the big 3, the big 4. This one catches piece unprotected. Let's see where this caught Buster Posey.
The leg here on the knee. Leg.
Ouch.
So that'll be a reminder of this wild game 4.
He's got a smile on his face. 11-4. Doesn't hurt as much.
This is Jason Nix, who was just activated because of a situation like this, not in a lopsided game, but in a double switch to play the infield, and they like Nix better at third base than the other options. And here he is. He's had a long big league career, and he's going to try to figure out that slider of Sergio Romo. Not many can. 0-2.
Now it's coming. The break is so low.
Inning over. Romo scoreless in the 8th. Bottom half will roll in. It's been a party here at AT&T Park most of the night. Certainly of late. 11-4 Giants. Academy by Taco Bell. Sometimes you got to live Moss. By the new Samsung Galaxy S5. The next big thing is here. Steve Perry doing his thing between the top and the bottom of the 8th inning. And tonight, wearing eye black.
Yes, he was. He had his game face on tonight.
Crawford, a base hit his last time up. And with that, the Giants have 11 different guys with a hit in this game tonight, most by a National League team in World Series history. The 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, we talked about it early on, Joe. There was a different feeling in the ballpark tonight. Escobar took the crowd out of it, the double in the first pitch of the game yesterday, and they never caught up.
There's 1-1.
Tonight, different story.
Giants got a run. They scratched one out in the first inning on 2 walks, a stolen base, and force out at second. Then the Royals got 4 in the third. They have not scored in any other inning. 4-2, then 4-4. 7-4, now 11-4. Still 1-2.
All this without the ball leaving the yard. The Giants, both teams, really the last 2 nights, but especially the Giants, an exciting offensive team to watch without the long ball.
We thought it would be the speed of the Royals, and we're yet to see that through 4 games. Solid defense.
We've seen good defense again tonight. No bigger play, no more impressive catch than the one by JARROD DYSON in center field on a ball hit by Juan Perez in the 5th. But that just delayed what I guess was inevitable as it turned out. 3 in the 6th, 4 in the 7th. That strikeout starts the inning. 1 down, and if you've been with us on Fox, you've seen a lot of this.
Go, Steve, go. Uh-oh. Here it goes, Joe.
That's the part where I worry about when we start to run down the stairs.
It's just something that needs to be seen live.
You have to be here to see it, to appreciate it.
Because what you don't hear, I don't think, coming through as we're yakking away here on TV is how the fans here are singing that song. That's what makes it great.
Yeah, it's the world's largest karaoke bar. It's fantastic.
As soon as the 8th inning comes around, they stand up and turn around to his suite and start looking for him.
Batters Ishikawa, pinch hitting for Romo. And it'll be Strickland. The 9th inning is Bruce Bochy believes that Hunter Strickland's going to be a weapon for this team. Maybe not in a tight game the rest of this World Series, but they're going to lean on him going forward. He's going to try and rebuild the confidence, which has to be shaken. The 5 home runs he's allowed this postseason.
Well, the other thing is you can't let him go into the winter without having a chance to clean it up.
Gave up the home run to Infante in game 2 and then got into a shouting match with Salvador Perez. And to his credit, owned up to that and said it was his bad, his mistake, and he apologized for it. He just lost his cool, and certainly understandable with the frustration that's built up.
Yeah, it was impressive to see him respond that way, but confidence, even now, that's not a factor with this guy. He does not lack for confidence. It's more just a young player pitching a Double-A, and now here in the World Series.
Here's a 2-2 to Ishikawa. Right at Infante. 2 out. Back to the top, and Blanco, who's been involved all night. Caps, hoodies, jerseys, jackets, and more. Get all the officially licensed World Series gear for the Giants, the Royals, and all of baseball. The MLB.com shop. about the night for Blanco? A walk, a steal in the first, a run scored, hits in the 6th and 7th, 2 more runs scored. He scored 3 of the 11.
By the way, the official count, Joe, on runs scored by the Giants without a hit this postseason, 17. Blanco seems to be in the middle of a lot of those hits, but not hit rallies.
There's a strike. Good job. You have to credit Tim Collins with coming back after a rough 7th inning. 2/3 of the way through what he hopes will be a perfect 8th. Good for him. It was up to him to get those last outs, and he's done a nice job. That's a strike, strike 2.
No, he really has. And you look at when they had the conversation, you're thinking, man, that's a long way. You're asking a lot of him right now. Settled in. Looks like you might get him through this.
And what he's done for Dave Island and Ned Yost is allow the big 3 to rest. Infante make sure that is officially the case as we go to the 9th inning. We will see Strickland, number 60, the rookie right-hander, as the Royals will come to bat trailing in game 4 by 7.
Team out of Philadelphia. Has she captured the country or what? Her 70-mile-an-hour fastball from Little League World Series. Now surrounded by her are the champions from Jackie Robinson Little League West, who won the championship this year. And she threw a strike.
You talk about delivering as she did for her team, and then here in front of a packed house at AT&T Park is Strickland fires a strike to Alcides Escobar.
That's from the rubber, too. She graduated to the big field.
There's the 0-1.
That commercial was directed by Spike Lee. It was amazing, where she's shooting a half-court jump shot. She wants to play pro ball. She's got the curveball. She's swinging the bat. She plays soccer. And get this, She is a top-notch student.
Great story. Glad she was here tonight. Spike Lee here tonight as well. That's outside 1-2. And on that second pitch, you saw that nasty slider from Hunter Strickland as he tries to regain his confidence, or whatever you want to call it, his good pitching stuff to get out. Roughed up in game 2 in Kansas City. One away, a 97-mile-per-hour fastball. And don't forget, it starts early tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern. 6 o'clock here locally. Lions and Falcons live from London. So you wake up with football, go to bed with baseball. Fox News Sunday has an exclusive interview with Chris Christie. A special start time tomorrow of 8 a.m. Eastern. Strike 1 on Gordon.
A little changeup. Talked about the slider. Now he comes back with the changeup to Alex Gordon. A little split.
He's pitching tonight. Not just throwing fastballs over the heart of the plate.
You can see why Bruce Bochy keeps going to him, because he's the big power guy out of this pen. Just 2 nasty pitches, strike 2.
Change. I mentioned Bochy. Hunter Strickland with the split change is the 10th player he's used in the number 9 spot. That's got to be a World Series record. You just don't win games when your starting pitcher checked out before the 3rd.
That's down and away, 1-2. Vogelsong 2 2/3, 4 runs, 7 hits. Machi got 1 out and struck out Jason Vargas with the bases loaded on a 3-2 pitch. It was close. And then Petit took over. That is fair down the right field line off the bat of Gordon. And Gordon will have at least 2. He is content with a double with 1 out tonight.
Well, that's been the problem. He missed his target. Wants this ball away, and it ends up being in. And now it's Gordon picks up the double.
Second World Series hit for Alex Gordon. And the batter will be Lorenzo Cain.
Just to follow up on that, Joe. In World Series history, when the starter is out before the 3rd inning, teams are 30 and 105. Hasn't been done since the 2002 World Series. Giants Angels. That was a wild World Series with very little starting pitching. Bruce Bochy managed a heck of a game tonight.
He stayed with Vogelsong as his starter. Did not pull the card for Bumgarner tonight on short rest. And now he's got his ace going tomorrow against the Royals ace in James Shields, who, as we heard from him, is excited to get back out there after his side session. Working on stuff. Feels like he'll be much better tomorrow night.
You know, it's Bochy again trusting his players. I mean, you could have had a situation early where you question, why didn't he bring? He's gonna let that pitch go. Why didn't he let him? Why didn't he get to the bullpen sooner than he did? In the big inning, they got behind it.
They let Machi stay down there for 1 extra hitter, and it took a hit from Salvador Perez in that 4-run 3rd to finally knock out Vogelsong. He'd walked Dyson, then struck out Vargas.
That's all forgotten now.
Runner at second, 1 out in the 0-2. Ball 1.
Isn't it interesting how Madison Bumgarner really kind of looms over this whole series? We talked about it before the game. Kansas City knowing how big this game was because of that guy getting the ball tomorrow. Hasn't been a starting pitcher in this postseason has pitched the way that he has.
Or as much. 256 total innings pitched for Madison Bumgarner this season, including the postseason. It'll be his 6th start. It's 3-1 this year. 6th start this postseason. Breaking ball, flied into right. Pence is coming on, and he adds a
thing I don't think TV has shown is how fast Hunter Pence is. To be able to watch him in a ballpark every day and see him move. You always talk about how graceful he does not look, but man, can he move for a guy his size. For any size, that guy can run.
Now 2 out. The batter will be Hosmer. Strickland trying to put up a scoreless ninth. Strike one. With one more out, each team will have a home win and a road win for the first 4 games of this World Series. We will be assured of going back to Kansas City for a game 6. Strike 2. Billy Butler on deck. That's the pitcher's spot. With the count, 0-2 on Eric Hosmer.
I still want to see if Strickland can go up and away with the heater. He won the ball away on the ball Gordon hit, and he pulled it too much. I think he was able to get a ball out.
A 97 fouled away.
Good enough for you?
Great location.
Absolutely.
And that's what you want.
And that's the difference. Earlier in the postseason, several times, that 97 was middle into the hitting zone.
Giants showed all they can do here tonight. Good defense. Great relief pitching. Showed some speed. The 0-2. Ball 1. And for what people called an evenly matched World Series between these two teams coming in after 4, they're going to be tied 2 games aside.
You know, I think one thing to learn too that needs to be said a little earlier. I don't think people realize how good the Royals were. It was basically, oh, they got on a roll, they got hot. That's a good team.
They've got hitting up and down this lineup. Led at one point tonight 4-1, but with that, game 4 over. 11-4 the final, and the series is tied at 2-2. Yusmeiro Petit is now 3-0 this postseason. Finnegan gets the loss in a game that lasted exactly 4 hours here tonight.
At the end of the day, Mr. Bochy pulled the right string, and that was Petit.
And have a night. Hunter Pence did just about everything tonight. After the game, he'll get on his scooter, go home, do it again tomorrow.
He rides his scooter to and from the ballpark, and Bruce Bochy and his Giants. Bochy coming into this World Series game. He's in his 8th year here in San Francisco. He's managing in his 3rd World Series, and tonight is the first time he and his Giants trailed in a World Series. Now they're even, and they've got Bumgarner going tomorrow night. There's the final. And the series is tied 2 games apiece, down to Aaron Andrews.
All right, Joe, thanks so much. Here with Pablo Sandoval. Each spot in the lineup tonight had a hit. What woke up these sleeping Giants?
You know, I was excited in that moment. You know, I just tried to down myself. You know, I was 0-for-2 with 2 strikeouts. So I just tried to get a pitch out there, you know, to put the ball in play.
Yeah, you had told me earlier today you were not feeling well at all yesterday. Got very sick after batting practice, had a rough night. But then today, obviously, the game-winning hit in the bottom of the 6th, bases loaded, 2 outs. Give me your mindset there.
You know, I don't feel great. Yes, it's just a tough moment, to sit down on the bench. I just told myself, you have to play with that situation. So in that bad, I just try, Hunter hit the ground ball to third. I just try to tell myself, you're the guy, step up for your teammates. So you try to get a base hit out there and score 2 runs.
You are the guy. You've been the guy in the postseason before. A lot of your teammates saying tonight, we've got to win. We have to win. How big was this now to tie up the series with your ace going tomorrow instead of being down 3-1?
It's a big deal for us to win today. So tomorrow's going to be another game. We're going to play hard for the fans. They enjoy these moments. Tomorrow's going to be an important game for us. We're going to have Matt in the mound, so we try to do the best we can.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, Joe.
All right, Pablo Sandoval has 2 big hits. He helped set it up in the 5th inning and knocked home 2 in the 6th inning for the lead, a lead that the Giants would never relinquish. The guys are getting ready. Kevin Burkhardt will be along with Gabe and Nick and a big hurt after the break. This World Series tied 2 games apiece tonight. It was the Giants dominating the middle innings. Their bullpen so good, timely hitting. 11-4 the final. Game 5 tomorrow night. Take a break. The studio guys coming up next.